Recording in progress. Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Good morning, members. Good morning, Aska. Hello.
Morning, Ma'am Bibi. Morning.
How are you, Booty?
Fine, thank you. Yourself, Ma. Thank you.
Yeah, the weather is very bad in KZN, guys. So you'll pardon me. I won't open my video.
Okay, no problem, Ma.
I think, Aska, we must start. The chairperson has just phoned me now, saying that I must chair the meeting. She just got the news now that his brother has passed away.
Oh, my goodness.
And she was in a bad state, honestly, I must say.
Yeah. No.
Yeah. No, so for me, are we correcting, Aska?
No, Ma. At the moment, we are not. We only have Mr. Ntube, yourself, and Mamodise on the platform, and that only is 3 provinces we need We need 2 more provinces. We need 5 provinces to start.
Oh, God. Mm-hmm.
So I take it, I would advise that we give it another 5 minutes or so. Mr. Nyambri
Okay.
has tendered an apology.
Okay.
Ms. Labuskagni is going to be late because I think she's in a flight or something. But I would say, Mark, give it a few minutes. Let's,
Oh,
yeah, Ms.
so,
Labuskagni is on the phone, or she's on the platform. So we need
okay.
one more province, and then we can start. But I will keep you appraised. I will
Oscar,
Okay.
keep you.
Oscar,
Yes, Mr. Nana.
I'm still a member of parliament.
Yes, Mr. Nana, but you don't have voting rights. Mr. Mkiva has voting rights on the
Where
17th.
is he?
He's not on the platform as yet.
But I've got a negotiating mandate.
Yes, you do, sir. But he is the permanent delegate assigned from Eastern Cape. It's 76.
Okay, which means you are going to indicate for me if everything is in order, Aska. Is it
That's
okay?
correct. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
As soon
Okay,
as
Putty.
we get
I'll wait
one
for
more.
you. All
Thank
right.
you,
No,
ma'am.
that's fine. Sure, Baba.
If I may, is there any special delegate from Eastern Cape, Gauteng, Limpopo, Mpumalanga, Northern Cape on the platform? Any special delegate? No. Okay, so we will wait for one more member and then we could start.
Excuse me, Chair. Good morning, everyone. May I ask, is there an indication that Honourable McKeever will be on the platform?
I have no.
Okay, can I ask what will happen if he's not on the platform? Can we contact him and ask him to convey his voting rights to any other member from the Eastern Cape? Because Honourable Nana can vote according to the mandating, the negotiating mandate provided by the province, because we don't bring out our own. But then he must give that permission.
Yes.
If he's not going to, and then we still don't have a quorum.
We've got 4 provinces present. We need one more. And
so if he can convey that mandate to Honourable Nana, then we have a quorum and we can go on and we can vote.
Gwenia is on the platform. We have a quorum. Mambibi, we may proceed. Mambibi.
Hi, Aska. Sorry about that.
No, Mam Gwenia has joined the platform. We have now 5 provinces. I'm sure the rest of the members will join. And we may proceed, Ma. We have 5 provinces present. I will indicate to you if we lose that quorum.
Okay, Aska. Thank you very much. Good morning, members, officials, and also the chairperson. I'm chairing the meeting today because the chairperson has asked me to do so. Apparently, she just phoned me this morning that, she has lost his brother, guys. Let us all put her into the prayers in these difficult times. Aska?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you please pull out the agenda for me?
The agenda, I will put it up now for you, ma'am.
Okay, and could you kindly lead us in that, agenda, let's say step by step?
All right, Chair. the negotiating mandate meeting on the climate change amendment bill. Then we have the continuation of discussions on the deeds registries amendment bill, and then the adoption of the minutes. We cannot adopt a report. We can only do the minutes. I'll explain now. The negotiating mandate will be as follows, Chairperson. Quibus or the delegate will read the mandate, and then clause by clause, whichever proposed amendments the province makes, we will then vote on that amendment. The deeds registries, as my previous email indicated when I sent it out, we did not receive any amendments on that. We didn't receive any submissions on that bill. But yesterday late, we did receive 2, which will now have to be discussed in the committee and check whether the members would want to amend or not amend. That will the submissions will be discussed by Quibus. He'll introduce it, and then the discussion will go with the department, legal, and the members. Unfortunately, the discussions has to be part of the report, so the report can be adopted in the next meeting, but the voting on that bill can take place today. And then the third item would be the adoption of the minutes, Chairperson. That would be everything.
Okay, Asgar. Okay, no, thank you very much, Asgar. Okay. Do we have any apologies, Asgar?
We have one apology from Ms. Visser. She is on a flight. She will indicate to me the minute she's off the flight and will join the meeting again. She will do that. That's the only, the other apologies are all from the department. And I think it's best that they introduce their own apologies, Chairperson.
Okay. So thank you very much, Asgar. I think let us continue with the agenda because I could see that we are going to have the whole day today.
Yes, Chair.
Okay, Asgar, let us start with the first mandate. Could you please lead us into that?
I see there's a few hands raised, which I think Chairperson will have to recognize.
Okay. Okay. Okay, sorry for that because I can't see it on my side. So you'll assist me into that.
It will be Mr. Nana and then Mr. Nguni.
Okay. Mr. Nana?
Thanks very much, Chairperson. Please convey our sincerest condolences to Honorable Modise at the passing of her brother. She must be assured that she is in our thoughts and prayers. Secondly, Mamu Bibi, I would like to be excused at some point. I will try and stay on as much as I can. I am also traveling in the next 2 hours or so. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Nana. That is accepted. The next person is Mr. Nguni.
Yes, ma.
Okay, over to you, Mr. Nguni.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good morning to honorable members. Good morning to other colleagues from the department. Chairperson, I actually wanted to convey Minister's apology, the Deputy Minister's apology, and our DG's apology. But we have our DDGs and DGs who are part of this meeting. And we also want to convey our sincere condolences to the Chairperson. I will also convey this to Minister and the DM so that they just send something to her. Thank you very much, Chair.
Chairperson, we have Ms. Visser on the platform. She has also raised her hand. Ms. Visser is on the platform. Thank you.
Okay, Honorable Visser.
Thank you, Acting Chair. I also want to convey my sympathy and condolences to the Chairperson. with the passing on of her brother. And then I also want to say I'm on the road today. I can only stay on until I board my flight, and then I have to unfortunately leave the meeting. Thank you for understanding. And then it is disappointing again to hear that ministers are not attending these meetings that are very important and in disrespect of, to the committee. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Professor. Thanks for coming in. And then, is there any other hand? Asker?
No, Chairperson. Just to let you know that Ms. Mamrubela from Limpopo province has also joined the platform. So we have 6 provinces on the platform at the moment, Chairperson. So we may proceed.
Okay, thank you very much, Asker. Can we start with the first item, please?
That would be, Chairperson, that would be the negotiating mandates on the climate change bill. If you give Cobus permission, Cobus will start reading the mandates. We will start off from the Free State Legislature, as we have not yet received anything from the Eastern Cape Legislature. So we will start off with the Free State. The member from the Free State, as with all the provinces, will indicate whether they would like to read it or whether Cobus can read it.
Okay. Free State, do you want Cobus to read it or you are going to read it yourself?
Good morning, Mama. It's Nsube here.
Oh, thank you.
Kindly, please, may we ask Cobus to read it for us. And again, Mama, condolences to the chairpersons about her brother. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much, Bamtsuba. Thank you very much. Okay, Cobus, could you please read it? Free State would like you to read it for them. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Yes, I will read the negotiating mandate, but firstly, from my side, also my condolences to the chairperson. I will contact her after the meeting as well. From the Free State Legislature, the following negotiating mandate was received on the Climate Change Bill, Bill B9B from 2022. The date of deliberation was the 22nd of March, 2024. And the vote of the legislature is as follows. The Portfolio Committee on Agriculture, Rural Economic Development, Small Business, Sport, Arts and Culture, as designated by the Free State Legislature, votes in favor of the bill. There's no request for any additions, alterations or deletions. It's a straight support, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, Cobus. Asker, what do we do now? Do we vote or
No,
we must continue? We must continue.
Yes, the next one is Gauteng.
Okay, the next one is Gauteng. Gauteng, would you like to read it or you like Cobus to read it for you?
Thanks, Chair, and good morning to the members and the department. Chair, first nami ngithanda ukudlulisela amaduduzo ku-chairperson. Ngithi dudu kwehlanga olungehli. Sinaye emkhulekweni noma singekho eduzane naye kodwa ngokomoya sinaye. Sithi dudu. Chairperson, thanks very much to give me this opportunity to present the negotiation mandate of Gauteng. To read it for me because I'm a little bit disturbed. Where am I now? No door to door. So can you, Chair, allow me to ask the Secretary to read it for me? Thanks very much, Chair.
Okay, Asker, could you please read the Gauteng mandate, please?
Chair Cobus will do the reading. I will do the voting.
The negotiating mandate as received from Gauteng Province on the Climate Change Bill B9B of 2022. The date of deliberation was March the 25th, 2024, and the vote of the legislature is as follows. The Gauteng Provincial Legislature is supporting the climate change bill with the amendments below being considered. Aska, I will read the first bullet point and then pause for deliberations.
Correct.
The first point, the carbon tax and carbon budgets are crucial tools for reducing greenhouse gas emissions in the country. However, if they are not aligned or not adequately considered before implementation, it could have dire financial implications for the South African economy, which is in recession. Aligning the carbon tax and carbon budget would help achieve the country's goal, supported by a mix of incentives to encourage ambitious mitigation efforts and the development of a new low-carbon economy and society. It is important to avoid duplicating penalties for the same activity. The carbon tax, as currently structured, is being applied in addition to a higher carbon tax both below and above the carbon budget, resulting in a double penalty. Therefore, it is crucial to align these measures meaningfully. That is the first submission, Aska.
Chairperson, the committee will now discuss this proposed amendments with the department and the legal advisors present. Once the discussions have concluded, we will vote whether the committee will accept this one or not. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Aska. Okay, can I give the opportunity to the department first? Department.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Maisela Kekana. I'm the Deputy Director General for Climate Change and Equality. I can't raise my hand, Chair. Sorry to barge in, and our condolences to the Chair for her loss. Our deep sympathy to her and the family at this point in time. We have the legal team, Mr. Sibusiso, will be answering going forward just to save time. He will come in at each and every point. If he, with your permission, Chair, you would allow that I give Mr. Sibusiso to respond to this point as we reflected in the department. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, do so, sir. It's okay.
Oh, no, thank you, Chair, and good morning also to the honorable members and colleagues. Chair, on this point, we acknowledge the submission, the mandate from Gauteng. In terms of us responding, the climate change bill calls for harmonization of various legislations and laws in relation to climate change. That is clearly delineated for example, in clause 7 of the bill, which calls for the harmonization and alignment of all the laws by various organs of state. In fact, the bill is not really confined to alignment of laws and policies, but also calls for harmonization of and mainstreaming of measures and programs by the various organs of state. So we acknowledge the suggestion that the bill must be harmonized and aligned with the Carbon Tax Act. There is work underway to make sure that the alignment is attained. The bill, the Carbon Tax Act will be amended to reflect the climate change bill. So, Chair, that point is acknowledged, and in our view, it does not, it should not really translate to an amendment to the bill. On the aspect of maybe that is the first point that we wanted to raise in relation to that proposal. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, Department. So can I give the opportunity to the legal advisor? Over to you, legal advisor. Legal advisor, are you there?
Yes, thank you, Chairperson.
Okay, ma'am.
Chairperson, we would like to extend our heartfelt condolences to the Honourable Mdise on her loss. Before we start, Chair, I would just want to say that the legal team will respond insofar as there are legal implications. In respect of the very first issue that my colleague at the department has addressed, these are issues of policy, and so we will not address this. If there are legal implications, we will come in. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. No, thank you very much, legal advisor. Aska, over
Yes,
to
ma'am.
you. Yes, Baba.
Okay, Chairperson, I would just like to give members the opportunity, if any member would like to raise an issue. If not, and I will go with the voting on this one, on this first proposed amendment. Nobody wants to raise an issue. Okay. Chairperson, I will call out the province, and that province will say either we support, we don't support, or we abstain. Those are the three things. So I will start off with the Eastern Cape. Mr. Mkiva is still not on the platform, and I don't see any special delegate from Eastern Cape. So I'll have to take that as not on the platform. Free State.
Free State abstains.
Gauteng.
Gauteng support. Gauteng support.
KZN.
KZN abstain.
Limpopo.
Limpopo abstain.
Mpumalanga. Mr. Nyambi is not on the platform. Northern Cape. Not on the platform. Northwest.
West. Northwest. Not support. It's abstain.
Northwest abstain. Western Cape.
Western Cape abstain.
Okay, Chairperson, we do not have a clear acceptance of this one. So this amendment is not accepted, Chair. Quibus number 2.
Bullet point 2. Non-compliance with carbon budgets should not result in criminal sanctions. Clause 32 of the Climate Change Bill relating to offences and penalties state that offences under Section 24 of the National Environmental Management Act 107 of 1998, which includes carbon budgets, are procedural. Criminal sanctions should not be used to enforce carbon budget compliance. However, the use of other legislation to compel compliance with the submission of relevant data and pollution prevention plans, as envisaged by the National Environmental Management Act 107 of 1998, when appropriate. That's the proposal.
Is there any member that would like? Chairperson?
Yes, Aska?
Yes,
is there? Okay. Must I check with the members if they would like to say something?
Yes, we must do that after every proposed amendment, Chair.
Okay. Thanks, Aska, for that. Is there any member who wanted to comment on that one? If not, continue, Aska.
So the department will have to weigh in on this one, then we can vote, Chair.
Okay, okay, you'll keep on reminding me, Puti.
Well, no problem.
I'm in a crisis this side.
No problem.
My daughter is in the hospital, so I'm in shambles.
No problem,
okay.
No problem.
Okay, thank you so much. So the department? Any comments and inputs?
No, thank you, Chair. We appreciate the proposal from Gauteng. Our view is that the non-compliance with the carbon budget, in particular, the exceedances of the allocated budget, a carbon budget, that is in instances where a person or company exceeds the allocated budget, that aspect is to be regulated under the Carbon Tax Act. As I said earlier, we are working with Treasury to ensure that there is alignment between this bill and the Carbon Tax Act. But the essence of this matter is that the exceedances of the carbon budget are a matter that should be regulated under the Carbon Tax Act. So in respect of this specific submission, our view is that this should not really translate into any amendment or changes to the bill. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chair. The legal advisor.
Thank you, Chair. We are aligned with the department in this regard. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, ma'am. Over to you, Aska.
Thank you. Eastern Cape. Eastern Cape, still nobody on the platform. Free State.
Free State abstain.
Gauteng. Gauteng. Gauteng, I think they've lost, so it's not on the platform. KZN.
KZN abstain.
Limpopo.
Limpopo abstain.
Mpumalanga is not on the platform either. Is there any special delegate from Mpumalanga? None. Northern Cape. Northern Cape is also not on the platform. Northwest.
Since I'm the only one of Northwest today, I abstain as well.
Northwest.
Abstain, Nina.
Okay, abstain. Northwest. Western Cape.
Western Cape abstain.
Chairperson, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 abstentions. So this one is also not agreed to by the committee. Kobus, number 3.
Point 3. The climate change bill may unintentionally disallow companies from exercising rights that have already been granted through existing environmental authorizations. To prevent this, an additional clause in the bill is proposed stating that carbon budgets imposed under the climate change bill should not retrospectively impact the rights granted to companies based on environmental authorizations already granted.
Okay, thank you very much, Kobus. Can I give the department? Department?
Thank you, Chair. On this proposal, Chair, just to confirm that the bill won't impact on existing rights or vested rights. So the bill will not have retrospective effect. If that was the intention, then the bill would state that clearly. So the first point is that the bill won't apply retrospectively. Therefore, there is no need, in our view, for an added clause to address the possibility of the bill applying or extending to existing rights. So that is our submission, Chair, on this point. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Department. Can I give it to the legal advisor?
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, Chair.
No, not okay. Legal advisor, go through. Thank you.
The the department has adequately addressed this clause, this proposed amendment, and we are in agreement with the department's submission in this regard. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, legal department. Members, do you have any comments and inputs before I hand it over to Aska for voting? There's nothing from the members. Aska, continue with the voting. Thank you.
Eastern Cape, Mr. Mkiva is still not on the platform. Do we have a permanent delegate from the Eastern Cape? Okay, not on the platform. Free State.
Chairperson.
Free State abstain.
Amu Bibi. Can I
Yes,
call a point of
Mamnana.
order? Can I call a point of order?
Okay, Mamnana, let us hear your point of order.
Aska keeps on saying there is no one from the Eastern Cape on the platform, and I've always been here. I think he needs to correct his wording because an impression is given out there that amongst those that are not attending parliamentary meetings is Mlindi Nana, which is not the case. I'm in this meeting. I think Aska, for the record, has got to correct his wording when he's addressing the Eastern Cape matter. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, Aska. Okay, point taken, Babnana.
Anybody on the platform with voting rights from the Eastern Cape? No one. Anybody with voting rights from the Free State? Mr. Zube has already abstained.
Yes, I abstain.
Anybody with voting rights from Gauteng? I think Mam Gwenia is lost her connection. She comes and goes. I see her on the platform. I think her connection is bad, but unfortunately, we will record it as not on the platform. Anybody with voting rights from KZN?
KZN abstain.
Anybody with voting rights from Limpopo?
Limpopo abstain.
Anybody with voting rights from Mpumalanga? Not on the platform. Anybody with voting rights from Northern Cape? Anybody with voting rights from Northwest?
Northwest, not support.
Not support. Anybody with voting rights from the Western Cape?
Abstain.
Chairperson, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 abstentions for this amendment and 3 not on platform. Chairperson, this one is not agreed to. Purpose next.
Okay. Thank
Bullet
you.
point 4. Companies should be allowed to generate and sell offsets if they can find mitigation options that are below the fixed threshold set by the carbon tax. The country needs more policy and regulatory clarity to attract investment. That's the final point from Gauteng.
Chair. Chair.
Yes, Kathy.
I'm still coming here, and the legal people must please help and correct me. All these things that's been read from Gauteng, it's a discussion point. It's not really a proposed amendment. And if you look, for instance, there's a lot of those kind of things in the Western Cape one as well. If we're going to go through all those things one by one, we're going to sit not only today, but tomorrow as well. Can we as a committee look at that and deliberate, or are we forced to go to these general comments and look at that as a real proposal clause amendment? I really think we need clarity on that. Thank you.
Chairperson, can I?
Yes, Aska.
Okay, Chairperson, this would be the last one for Gauteng. What we can do with regards to the Western Cape, seeing that the Western Cape delegate raised it, what we can do when we go through the Western Cape's amendments, the department and the legal advisors can give input whether this is a comment or a actual proposed amendment. If it is a comment, then we don't have to vote on it. Then we can just regard it as comment and go on to the next one. But we need the department and the legal to say this is because you must remember it was given to us by the Western Cape legislature as proposed amendments. So the delegate raised it. So it is within the rules for the legal advisor to say, no, this is not an amendment, it is just a comment. And then we don't have to vote on it, and we can skip it and go to the next one. That's what we can do. But let us finish the Gauteng one first, Chairperson. It is the last one, and that delegate is not on the platform. So I think we do err to the side of caution and treat it as an amendment as it was introduced. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, no, thank you for so much, Aska, for that clarity. Really, we are going to take so long if you do have sort of comments and all other stuff. But thanks for the clarity for that. So, what is the next step now, Aska?
The last item from Gauteng, the department and the legal, if members have nothing to say about it, the department and legal must just give their opinion. We can vote and we can finish with Gauteng's one and carry on with the rest.
Okay. Are there any members for comments or inputs? Okay, if none, can I give it to the department for their input? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. No, we appreciate the comment or the input from the Gauteng province. On offsets, our submission is that offsets are a form of a market-based instrument that is managed and regulated by National Treasury through the Carbon Tax Act. So it's not something that is within our mandate as the DFFE. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you so much, Department. Legal advisor?
Thank you, Chairperson. Chair, this is not a legal issue. It's a policy issue. Thank you.
No, thank you so much, legal advisor. Over to you, Aska.
Thank you, Chairperson. I have just been informed. I've just been informed that there is a representative from the Eastern Cape, a Ms. Ndongeni, and she's a special delegate assigned by the Eastern Cape province. So we have someone from the Eastern Cape with voting rights. So okay. I will then go to Eastern Cape. Anybody with voting rights from the Eastern Cape?
Yes, Chair.
Does the Eastern Cape support, not support, or abstain on this proposed amendment, ma'am?
Eastern Cape support.
Person with voting rights from the Free State.
Abstain.
Person
Free
with
State
voting
abstain.
Thank you. Gauteng.
Thank you, Chair. My network was bad. I didn't hear even my own. I just log in now, come back now. I don't know what is happening. Okay. I'm abstaining.
KZN, anybody with voting rights from KZN?
KZN abstain.
Limpopo, anybody with voting rights from Limpopo?
Limpopo abstain.
Chair, I'm sorry, it's Eastern Cape. I've made a mistake. They write it to me, say I must abstain.
Thank you. I've corrected the vote. You are within your rights. We are still on that. So you are within your rights to change your vote, ma'am. Mpumalanga, anybody with voting rights from Mpumalanga? Not on the platform. Northern Cape, anybody with voting rights from Northern Cape? Not on the
Northern
platform.
Cape, abstain.
Northern Cape, abstain. Thank you. Ms. Mamrubela, Ms.
Limpopo.
Limpopo. No, Northwest. Anybody with voting rights from Northwest?
Not about the amendment.
Not support. Western Cape. Anybody with voting rights from Western Cape?
Abstain.
Abstain. Chairperson, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 abstentions on this amendment, which would make this not accepted as well. Chairperson, we are now going to the mandate of KZN. KZN has approximately 7 amendments as well. Chairperson, you are the delegate from KZN.
Yes.
Would you like us to apply the same procedure as Western Cape? That if the department says this is not an amendment, we could then just, as a comment, and go on to the next? But it's up to you, Chairperson.
Yes, Chairperson. Asker?
Yes, Chair.
Yes, I think you should do the same.
Okay, Chair. Kobus?
The negotiating mandate as received from KZN Province on the Climate Change Bill B9B of 2022. The date of deliberation was the 25th of March 2024, and the vote of the legislature is as follows. The Portfolio Committee on Conservation and Environmental Affairs met on Monday, the 25th of March 2024, and agreed to mandate the KwaZulu-Natal delegation to support the Climate Change Bill B9B of 2022 with the following proposed amendments. Amendment 1. In clause 15(2)(c) of the Bill on Climate Change Needs and Response Assessment, consider adding the underlined 15(2)(c), identify and spatially map within the sphere of operations of the province, district, or metropolitan municipality, as the case may be, risks, vulnerabilities, areas including areas farmed by women, ecosystems and communities including women and children that will arise or that are vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. That is point 1.
Members' inputs and departments' inputs, and then we'll vote on it.
Okay. Members, is there any input? If there's none, Asker, just give the department.
No, thank you, Chair. We appreciate the submission from the KZN. Our submission here is that the risk and vulnerability assessment for provinces and municipalities will consider the socio-economic as well as environmental impacts of climate change. So inherently, this will take into account the different categories or groupings in society, including women and children. So therefore, there is no need really to itemize or to specifically list those specific groupings in clause 15(2)(c). The same approach will then apply to the physical environment, which is inclusive of different types of categories of infrastructure in the provinces and districts. So our submission is that that provision should be kept in broad terms as it is, and there is no need to then itemize or have a list of specific groupings or categories in that specific clause. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Department. Our legal advisor.
Thank
Over
you,
to
Chair.
you.
Thank you, Chairperson. This is not a legal issue. However, we do align ourselves with the stance taken by the department. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, legal advisor. Over to you, Asker, for voting.
Thank you, Chairperson. Anybody with voting rights from the Eastern Cape?
Yes, abstain, Chair.
Anybody with voting rights from the Free State?
Free State abstains.
Anybody with voting rights from Gauteng? And Mam Gwenya, how do you vote? She's on the platform. Mam Gwenya? Okay, we'll come back to Mam Gwenya, because she is on the platform. KZN, anybody with voting rights from KZN?
KZN supports. That's a mandate that have been given. Thank you.
So anyone with supporting, with a voting rights from Limpopo? Ms. Mamrubela?
Pop abstained. I was just having a glitch with the, the mic.
Not a problem. Anybody with voting rights from Mpumalanga? They're not on the platform. Anybody with voting rights from Northern Cape?
Northern Cape abstain.
Anybody with voting rights from Northwest?
Not support.
Anybody with voting rights from Western Cape?
Abstain.
Chairperson, the abstentions on this proposed amendment is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Proposed amendment not agreed to. Quibus number 2.
Point 2. In the preamble, insert as follows as underlined. Preamble. And whereas climate variability in the Republic, including the increased frequency and intensity of extreme weather events, will affect, amongst other things, human health, access to food and water, biodiversity, habitats, ecosystems, and ecological infrastructure, the coast and coastal infrastructure, and human settlements. That's point 2.
Okay, thank you very much, Scopus. Can I give it to the members if there's any if there's anything that maybe they can say on that one? If not, can I give it to the department?
Thank you, Chair. Our submission on this one is that the proposed insertion of the wording ecological infrastructure is not supported because ecological infrastructure generally means naturally functioning ecosystems, and the wording ecosystems is included already in the bill. And that wording is sufficient to then cover this aspect that is proposed here, ecological infrastructure. So therefore, our submission, Chair, in summary, is that we don't support the inclusion of that specific wording in the bill. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, department. Anything from our legal advisor?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, this is not a legal issue. In any event, the addition of the words ecological infrastructure is just superfluous. It already says, amongst other things, and it talks about ecosystems. So there's no need to include it as far as we are concerned. Thank you, Chair.
Now, thank you very much, legal advisor.
Chairperson, I'll do the voting.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Any person with voting rights from the Eastern Cape?
Yes, Chair. Eastern Cape abstain.
Anyone with voting rights from Free State?
Free State abstain.
Anyone with voting rights from Gauteng?
Gauteng abstain.
Anyone with voting rights from KZN?
KZN support.
Anyone with voting rights from Limpopo?
Limpopo abstain.
Anybody with voting rights from Mpumalanga? They are not on the platform. Anyone with voting rights from Northern Cape?
Northern Cape abstain.
Anyone with voting rights from Northwest?
Not support.
Anyone with voting rights from Western Cape?
Abstain.
Chairperson, on this amendment, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 abstentions. The proposed amendment is not agreed to. Thank you. Kobus, next.
Point 3. Under definitions, insert the following definitions. Ecological infrastructure means naturally functioning ecosystems that provide valuable services to people and the economy. Ecosystem-based adaptation means the use of biodiversity and ecosystem services as part of an overall adaptation strategy to help people to adapt to the adverse effects of climate change. That is point 3.
Okay, thank you so much, Kobus. I'm just checking with members if there's any inputs or maybe comments on this one. If not, can I hand it over to the department?
Thank you, Chair. We've made the point about the inclusion of the wording ecological infrastructure to say we don't support that inclusion. So therefore, if that wording is not included, then the definition of ecological infrastructure should not be included as well. With the ecosystem-based adaptation, our submission is that ecosystems-based adaptation is a specific approach and therefore cannot justify how we cannot justify how to select this approach over and above other approaches that exist. So all approaches shall be considered when implementing adaptation measures in accordance with the bill. Therefore, Chair, we don't support the proposed addition of those two definitions. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, Department. Can you hear from the legal advisor? Over to you.
Thank you, Chairperson. We align ourselves with the position of the department. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, legal advisor. Now I'm heading to you, Aska, for voting.
Chair. Thank you, Chair. Anybody from Eastern Cape with voting powers?
Abstain, Chair.
Anybody from Free State with voting powers?
Free State abstains.
Anybody from Gauteng with voting powers?
Gauteng abstain.
Anybody from KZN with voting powers?
KZN support.
Anybody from Limpopo with voting powers?
Abstain. Thank you.
Anybody from Mpumalanga with voting powers, but they're not on the platform? Anybody from Northern Cape with voting powers?
Northern Cape abstain.
Anybody from Northwest?
Not support.
With no voting powers, not support. Cool drinks. Anybody from Western Cape with the voting powers?
Abstain. Abstain.
Chairperson 3, 4, 5, 6. On this proposed amendment, we have 6 abstentions. Therefore, the proposed amendment is not agreed to. Chairperson, Kobus, number 4.
Point 4, under Objects of Act Clause 2, insert the following as underlined. The objects of this Act are to B, provide for the effective management of inevitable climate change impacts by enhancing adaptive capacity, strengthening resilience, and reducing vulnerability to climate change, including through ecosystem-based adaptation, with a view to building social, economic, and environmental resilience and an adequate national adaptation response in the context of the global climate change response. That is point 4.
Okay, thank you very much, Kobus. Colleagues, do you have anything to say on that one? If not, can the department take over, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Our submission is that we don't support the inclusion of the wording ecosystems-based adaptation. We've made the point that the ecosystems-based adaptation is the specific approach, and we cannot justify elevating this approach over and above all other approaches that exist. Therefore, Chair, we don't support this proposed insertion of the wording ecosystem-based adaptation. Thank you, Chair.
Well, thank you so much, Department. Legal advisor, over to you.
Thank you, Chairperson. This is not a legal issue. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, legal advisor. Over to you, Aska, for voting.
Thank you, Chair. Anybody with voting powers from the Eastern Cape?
Abstain, Chair.
Anybody with voting powers from the Free State?
Free State, abstain.
Anyone with voting powers from Gauteng? Gauteng. Mam Gwenya is on the platform, so we'll come back to her. Anyone voting powers, KZN?
KZN support. Thank you.
Anyone with voting powers from Limpopo?
Limpopo abstain.
Mpumalanga, anyone with voting powers? They're not on the platform. Northern Cape, anyone with voting powers?
Northern Cape abstain.
Anyone with voting powers from Northwest? Anyone with voting powers from Northwest? Chair?
No support.
Thank you, Ma'am. Anybody with voting powers from the Western Cape?
Abstain.
We go back to Gauteng. Ma'am Gwenya?
Gauteng abstain.
Thank you. Chairperson, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 abstentions on this proposed amendment. Therefore, it is not agreed to. Number 5, please.
Point 5. Under clause 3, principles, insert the following as underlined and delete bold in square brackets. The interpretation and application of this act must be guided by L, a recognition that a robust and sustainable economy and a healthy society depend, not depends, on ecological infrastructure and the services that well-functioning ecosystems provide. That is point 5.
Thank you so much, Kobus. Let me hear from the members if there's any comments on that one. If not, can I ask the department to take us through? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. We've made the point that the wording ecological infrastructure or the concept falls under the whole conceptual approach of well-functioning ecosystems. And ecosystems is covered in the bill. And we don't really support, Chair, the inclusion of the specific wording ecological infrastructure in the bill. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Department. Legal Advisor.
Thank you, Chairperson. We align ourselves with the position of the department. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Legal Advisor. Over to you, Oscar.
Thank you, Chair. Anybody with voting powers from the Eastern Cape?
Eastern Cape abstain, Chair.
Anybody with voting powers from the Free State?
Free State abstains.
Anybody with voting powers from Gauteng?
Gauteng abstain.
Anybody with voting powers from KZN?
KZN support.
Anyone with voting powers from Limpopo?
Limpopo abstain.
Anybody with voting powers from Mpumalanga? They are not on the platform. Anybody with voting powers from Northern Cape?
Northern Cape abstain.
Anyone with voting powers from Northwest?
Not support.
Anybody with voting powers from Western Cape?
Abstain.
Chairperson, we have 3, 4, 5, 6 abstentions on this proposed amendment. Therefore, it is not agreed to. Quibus, number 6.
Point 6. Under clause 32, offences and penalties, insert the following as underlined and delete bold in square brackets. Offences and penalties. 32.1. A person commits an offence if that person, A, fails to provide data, information, documents, samples, or materials to the minister in terms of section 21, B, provides false and misleading data, information, documents, samples, or materials to the minister in terms of section 21, C, fails to prepare and submit a greenhouse gas mitigation plan to the minister in terms of section 24.4, D, fails to comply with the allocated carbon budget in terms of section 24.6, D is deleted, becomes point E, fails to comply with or contravenes the notice of the minister in terms of section 25.1, and E becomes point F, fails to comply with the measures contemplated in section 25.3b. That is point 6.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kobus. Anything from our members? If none, can I give it over to the department?
Thank you, Chair. On this one, if you look at clause 27 of the bill, it calls for development of dedicated regulations to deal with all the issues related to carbon budgets. So there will be regulations, detailed regulations developed in terms of the bill. But in respect of non-compliance and in particular the exceedances, that is an aspect that should be regulated under the Carbon Tax Act. And we've indicated, Chair, that there is work underway to ensure that there is alignment between this bill and the Carbon Tax Act. So we don't support the proposed addition of clause 32.1d. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Department. Legal Advisor, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. We align ourselves with the position of the department. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Kobus, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Over to me, actually.
Oh, yes, sorry, Oscar, over to you.
No problem, Chair, no problem. Eastern Cape, anyone with voting powers from the Eastern Cape?
Eastern Cape abstains, Chair.
Anyone with voting powers from the Free State?
Free State abstain.
Anyone with voting powers from Gauteng? Anyone with voting powers from Gauteng? I think Mam Gwenya is off the platform again, but we'll come back. Anyone with voting powers from KZN?
KZN support.
Anyone with voting powers from Limpopo?
Limpopo abstain.
Anyone with voting powers from Mpumalanga? They are not on the platform. Anyone with voting powers from Northern Cape?
Northern Cape abstain.
Anyone with voting powers from Northwest?
Not support.
Anyone with voting powers from Western Cape?
Abstain.
We'll go back to Gauteng because I see Mangwenya was on the platform. Gauteng, how do you vote? Anybody with voting powers from Gauteng? My apologies. Mangwenya.
Thank you, Aska. Gauteng, abstain.
Thank you. Chairperson, we have 3, 4, 5, 6 abstentions on this proposed amendment, which means it is not agreed to. Chairperson, we have the last proposed amendment from KZN. Quibus, Koyom.
Point 7, the provisions of clause 24.6 of the bill will also need to be relooked as it merely requires measures from the person who has failed or is failing or will fail to comply with the allocated carbon budget. This is insufficient to ensure compliance and requires an attached penalty. End of point 7.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Cobus. Anything from the members? If not, department, anything from you?
No, thank you, Chair. We appreciate the submission from the KZN province. As I indicated, there is the carbon budget, carbon taxation alignment work that is underway between the department and Treasury. The regulations, clause 27 calls for development of dedicated regulations to deal with carbon budgeting, as well as the mitigation plans. So the detail will be contained in those regulations, Chair. Although there's no specific proposal here in this submission, but that is our response, Chair, and we don't think there should be any changes to the bill informed by this proposal. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you so much, department. Can we hear from the legal advisor?
Thank you, Chair. We agree with the department here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Over to you, Aska, for voting.
Thank you, Chairperson. Anyone with voting powers from the Eastern Cape?
Chair, Eastern Cape abstain.
Thank you. Anybody with voting powers from the Free State?
Abstain. Free State.
Anybody with voting powers from Gauteng?
Gauteng support.
Support. Anybody with voting powers from KZN?
KZN support.
Anybody with voting powers from Limpopo?
Limpopo supports.
Anybody with voting powers from Mpumalanga? Not on the platform. Anybody with voting powers from Northern Cape?
Northern Cape abstain.
Anybody with voting powers from Northwest?
Not support.
Anybody with voting powers from Western Cape? Western Cape? Hello. Ms. Labiskagni? She's on the platform. Shall we give her a minute or two? Ms. Labiskagni?
Hello, abstain. Sorry, I couldn't unmute myself.
No problem.
I changed from my phone to my laptop. There now. Abstain.
Chairperson, we have 1, 2, 3 abstentions, 3 support, 1 not support. So there is not a 5. There's no 5 that is the same decision. So the amendment is not agreed to. That is the final proposed amendment from KZN. However, there is a small paragraph at the end of the mandate, which forms part of the mandate of KZN, which has to be read. Kobus?
The final point raised, but not for voting, is the committee wishes to raise its sharp displeasure at the unreasonable timeframes that the NCOP has placed on it and other committees to conduct adequate public consultation on this important bill and the rushed manner of dealing with the serious aspect of climate change that affects us all. Final point of the mandate. Oscar, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. That would bring us to the end of KZN. The following would be Limpopo. The delegate could read it, or Kobus could read it on the delegate's behalf. Thank you.
The Kobus? Is it Kobus who should read it? Or may Limpopo?
Let Kobus read, Chairperson.
Okay, thank you so much. Kobus, read it for the Limpopo, please.
Chair, my apologies. I'm just trying to get the share screen to work. This is a JPEG, not a MP3. Can everybody see the screen?
Yeah, bro.
Yes, we can.
Okay, my apologies if it's a bit small. I'll try to zoom in, but as I said, this is a JPEG. It's a little bit tricky to handle. The negotiating mandate from the Limpopo province reads as follows. The name of the bill, Climate Change Bill B9B of 2022. Date of deliberation, 11 April 2024. The vote of the legislature is as follows. Provincial NCOP permanent delegates to negotiate in favor of the bill, considering the inputs and comments from the public as attached on the report. But the comments are not contained in the mandate itself. Askar, that is the negotiating mandate as it was forwarded to me.
Chairperson, the delegate from Limpopo has to decide whether she would like us to read the attached report, because it is just inputs and comments from the public. It is not any proposed amendments. If the delegate would want us to read the inputs and comments, because these mandates have been forwarded to the department, if she wants us to, we will. Otherwise, we could proceed to the next mandate, as this one has no proposed amendments, just inputs and comments. Ms. Mamrubela?
Yeah, through you, Chair. Let's proceed to another bill, another amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Kobus? Pumalanga is not on the platform, Chairperson, so I would take it you would let Kobus read it.
Okay, Aska, must we continue to the next one?
Yes, Chairperson, Pumalanga is not on the platform. Mr. Nyambi has tendered an apology, so I take it Kobus would read it.
Okay, Kobus, read it for us. Thank you.
The negotiating mandate as received from Mpumalanga Provincial Legislature reads as follows. The name of the bill, Climate Change Bill B9B of 2022. The date of deliberation, 22nd March 2024. The vote of the legislature reads as follows. The Portfolio Committee on Agriculture, Rural Development, Land and Environmental Affairs, after considering the Climate Change Bill B9B of 2022, confers on the permanent delegate representing Mpumalanga province in the NCOP a mandate to negotiate in favor of the bill. That is the end of this mandate, Asgar.
Thank you, Cobus. Chairperson, that would be Northern Cape. Would the delegate like to read it, or shall Cobus read it?
Chair, can you request Cobus to continue? Thank you.
Cobus, continue.
My apologies. I was reading away and not realizing I haven't unmuted. My apologies. The negotiating mandate as received from Northern Cape Provincial Legislature. Name of the bill, Climate Change Bill, B9B of 2022. Date of deliberation, Tuesday, 19 March 2024. The vote of the legislature is as follows. The legislature votes in favor of the bill. No amendments proposed. That is the end of this mandate, Chair.
Chairperson, I just received a message from Mamudise. She asks Cobus to read her mandate for her. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you so much, Asgar. Cobus.
The negotiating mandate from the Northwest Provincial Legislature reads as follows. Name of bill, Climate Change Bill, B9B of 2022. Date of deliberation, 13 March 2024. The vote of the legislature is as follows. The Northwest Provincial Legislature votes in favor of the Climate Change Bill without proposed amendments.
Okay, thank you so much, Asgar.
Yes,
The next
Chairperson.
province.
The next province would be the Western Cape Legislature Chair. Now, as is suggested by the delegate from the Western Cape, Cobus, I think you must read the mandate first, and then we go to the report where all the amendments are. Chairperson, we will then rely on the department and the legal people, where we will read each number, and the department and the legal, when they are explaining, they must say this is not an amendment. Then we won't vote on it. But obviously, if the delegate from the Western Cape feels strongly that it is, she can overrule them because this is her mandate. But as agreed, and she has agreed, we will rely on the legal eagles to determine or guide us as to whether this is actual fact an amendment or just a comment or inputs. Thank you, Chairperson. Cobus.
The Western Cape Provincial Parliament negotiating mandate on the Climate Change Bill B9B of 2022. The Standing Committee on Agriculture, Environmental Affairs and Development Planning on the Climate Change Bill B9B of 2022, dated 20 March 2024, reads as follows. The Standing Committee on Agriculture, Environmental Affairs and Development Planning, having considered the subject of the Climate Change Bill B9B of 2022, referred to the committee in accordance with Standing Rule 217, confers on the Western Cape's delegation and the NCOP the authority to support the bill, subject to the NCOP giving serious consideration to the substantive and numerous proposed amendments as set out in this submission. Point 1, General. 1.1, Relationship of the bill to other legislation. the relationship between the bill and other legislation, such as the Carbon Tax Act of 2019, Act 15 of 2019, for example, its references to carbon budgets, and the National Environmental Management Air Quality Act of 2004, Act 39 of 2004, for example, Section 43(1)(l) is unclear. It is submitted that the relationship between the bill and other relevant legislation should be explicit or made explicit to ensure that the legislation can be read together to form a coherent whole. Aska, I will pause at that point because the guidelines focuses on a different matter.
Thank you, Chair. I hand it over to members of the committee and the legal. Thank you.
Okay, Oscar, we are handing it over to the members to comment. If there are any, I think the department should take over. Thank you.
No comment, Chair.
Thanks, Honorable Mamgwenya, Mama. Let us hear from the department.
Thank you, Chair. We acknowledge the submission from the Western Cape, and our response on this one is that the bill in clause 7 specifically calls for alignment or harmonization of legislation, policies and legislation by all organs of state at all levels or spheres. So that element of alignment and harmonization is emphasized in the bill itself. The bill clarifies the standing of the bill in relation to NEMA, for example, and other CIMAs. And the bill further, if you look at clause 6, it has a trumping clause which says the bill, in the event of conflict between the bill and other laws, then the bill will take precedence. So the status of the bill in relation to other laws is clarified, it's clear in our view. And on the carbon budget, on the alignment with the Carbon Tax Act, I think we've been emphasizing throughout to say there is a need for alignment, and there is work underway to ensure that there is alignment between this bill and the Carbon Tax Act. With reference to NEMACA, the Air Quality Act, there's a specific provision, clause 24, subclause 5, which calls for the transitioning or the migration of the approved pollution prevention plans, which are approved under NEMACA, to be transitioned to the new climate change regime once the act is finalized. So the standing of the bill in relation to other laws and how it should apply is clarified in our future in the bill itself. So in our view, this is not really a call for an amendment. It's just maybe a general commentary around the construct of the bill. It's not really a proposed amendment. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, Department. Legal Advisor.
Thank you, Chairperson. We are in agreement with the department. Chair, I wonder if there isn't a more efficient way to go about doing this, because I think that there are so many, there are pages and pages of comments, and they are not necessarily proposed amendments. And I wonder, subject to, if I may, Chair, subject to what my colleagues at the department state, I wonder if the department couldn't lead with the proposed comments and amendments, and perhaps we could move quicker, as opposed to the content advisor reading it out and then we're going to the department and then we're going to legal. So maybe if the department would start Because you see, what had happened here is the department had done all the groundwork on these proposed, let's call them proposed amendments, although many of them are not proposed amendments, they're just comments. And once the department had done that, the state law advisor and myself had then gone through all of this already. So I think we could do it in a way that would just be more efficient, subject to what the committee feels, Chair.
Okay, legal advisor, let me check from the from Honorable Labuskaghani from Western Cape, whether does she agree with that. If she does, then we can continue your route as you say so. Kathy? Honorable Labuskaghani? Kathy?
Sorry, I'm so sorry. I struggled today with my sound. No, I totally agree with that. That is why I've raised the issue. I think because the department, there is a table of all the comments and the department's responses on that, as was an attachment to the negotiating mandate, and I'm fine with that. That we
Okay.
do it the proposed way. Thank you.
Okay.
Chairperson,
Yes, Oscar?
everybody seems to be satisfied, but I also need to be satisfied from the voting point of view. So the department will go through, instead of Quibus reading it, the department, from what I understand, the department will go through the mandate, but they will have to tell me which of these are amendments so that I could then institute voting on that. So which they look at, it's very simple. They've got 1.1, 1.2, 1.3. So let the department go through them. And when they come on one that is an amendment, then they can tell me.
In a Zoom meeting, maar ons kan gou praat.
Then they can tell me 1.5 is a proposed amendment and then we can vote. Otherwise, we will be doing an injustice on the voting system. Could I ask for that leniency?
Okay, Aska, thank you so much. Department, I think I've heard what Aska has said. Continue.
Chair, I think if that is the approach that is taken, then may I please be given the right to share the matrix of responses so that I can then go through it.
Okay, no, that's fine. Carry on, Puti.
I have given Mr. Kubesi presentation rights.
Okay. Let me try project. What do I see? Share screen. Chair, can you see the document projected?
Yes, yes, you can see, Puti. We can see it.
Okay. So far, Mr. Yoste went through the first point. Then on the second point, it's around the development of guidelines. There's no proposed amendment here, Chair, specifically. It's just a comment to say we must consider developing guidelines. But our response, we had responded to say the approach that we've adopted is that most of the detail, the how part, will be
Carry on. Are you done?
I think he's got a bit of a network issue, Chair.
Okay, no, I thought as much. Anyone maybe who can take us through while she's struggling with
outline in the
the
regulations
network?
as required by in specific clauses.
Department, we didn't hear you.
Oh, Chair, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Yes.
Let me try share the screen again. I don't know what happened. Apologies, Chair.
We couldn't hear you for years.
Chair, did you hear me on the point I was making around the guidelines?
I heard, yes, I heard the guidelines. Then you were cut off after that.
Okay. No, thanks, Chair. Then the second one, the next point is about the sequencing of the planning instruments. There's reference to, for example, clauses 7.2, 25.1, 26.1, as well as 9.3b, as well as and 24a of the bill. The submission is that also that there must be further consultation to be undertaken with stakeholders towards reaching agreement on the outcomes, required roles and responsibilities, as well as the sequencing of the planning instruments. Chair, this, I must say upfront, is not really there is no proposed amendment. It's just commentary on the construct of the bill and how the planning should unfold. Our response, Chair, is that in our view, the bill is properly framed and sequenced. For example, minister is required to develop a national adaptation strategy within 1 year of promulgation of the Act. Minister is required to also develop adaptation objectives, supported by indicators and scenarios to assist with planning within 1 year of promulgation of the Act. And then within 2 years of promulgation of the Act, sector departments are required to determine or develop and publish sector-specific adaptation plans, strategies and plans after having undertaken the needs and response assessments. So as you can see, Chair, there is a phased and a sequenced approach that is captured in the bill. So our view is that the bill is properly structured and sequenced, and planning is sequenced, and there are specific timeframes within which certain things must be done. So that is our response to that comment. Therefore, Chair, we don't see a need for changes to the bill. The next one talks about the implementation of the nationally determined contribution as required by the Paris Agreement, to which South Africa is a signatory. And the department, the second point made by the Western Cape is that the bill must clearly outline the role of the private sector and other non-state entities in implementing the nationally determined contributions. Chair, this is not a proposed amendment in our view, but then in response to that submission, we are of the view that the bill does recognize the role of non-state entities. Of course, the bill, the way it's framed, is couched as a framework legislation. It in general outlines the role of government at different spheres, the role of national, province, and local government, the different instruments that must be put in place by those different spheres of government. Then the non-state entities must be consulted, and there is a need for collaboration in developing of any instruments that are required in terms of the bill. The bill, in fact, has dedicated consultation and public participation provisions where the non-state actors will then have to play a key role in terms of inputting into whatever instrument that is being developed by government at all different spheres. The non-state entities, for example, are given a platform to contribute through, for example, participating in the Presidential Climate Commission either through having membership there or nominating commissioners or serving in the different technical committees that are to be created by the Presidential Climate Commission. So, Chair, in our view, the role of non-state entities is properly captured in the bill. And of course, with any law, there must be clarity in terms of who is the regulator and who is the regulated. So that is our submission, Chair. But in summary, there is no need for amendments as a result of this specific proposal. The next submission is around issues of capacity and support to provinces, departments, and municipalities. Chair, here, this submission also should not translate into amendments to the bill, in our view. But we acknowledge it, and in our response is that the aspect of support and the aspect of support is adequately addressed in the bill. If you look, for example, at clause 15A, which calls for the minister to prescribe a support and finance mechanism to then support the climate change response, planning, and implementation of the objectives of the bill at all spheres of government. So there will be that dedicated support and finance mechanism that minister will prescribe. And the bill, to ensure that that mechanism is adequate, the bill further says that the regulations that will be developed must be approved by Parliament to ensure that all stakeholders have input on how that support and financial mechanism must look like and how it should work. The next one, Chair, is it's also on support to say municipalities must be supported and capacitated. Chair, on this one, still as well, we're saying is that it should not really translate into an amendment of the bill. There is a dedicated provision in the bill, clause 15A, which calls for support, not just financial support, but capacity as well, to ensure that the different spheres of government are fully supported to implement and enabled to implement the requirements or the objectives of the bill. The next one is on monitoring and evaluation. The submission from the Western Cape is that the bill is lacking in terms of monitoring and evaluation provisions, and this must be corrected. Chair, our submission on this one is that the bill has dedicated clauses which are supportive of monitoring and evaluation. For example, clause 21, minister is empowered to request information and data for monitoring and evaluation purposes. Clause 23, minister will then synthesize whatever information is received and generate a synthetic adaptation report and submit that report to cabinet for approval. Once that report is approved, then it will be used by the country in interacting with other counterparts at the UN level. So there are provisions that talks to issues of monitoring and evaluation, but our view is that monitoring and evaluation is a regulatory function. So the department, as a responsible department for the bill, will have to ensure that there are proper monitoring and evaluation mechanisms in place to just track how far the country is moving in terms of implementing the provisions of the Act. Those are administrative issues. For example, the department may decide that at 5-year or 10-year intervals, it will then conduct a countrywide or a sector-wide assessment to check the levels of compliance with the provisions of the Act. But that can be done by the department at an administrative level. So, Chair, that one doesn't require amendments. The next one is how the bill relates to other laws. In particular, in this instance, the National Environmental Management Air Quality Act, the pollution prevention plans that are required under the NEMACA. Chair, our position here is that the bill is a SEMA, and as a SEMA, it will operate at the same level as all other SEMAs, the Air Quality Act, the Biodiversity Act, and other SEMAs. But as I said before, the clause 24.5 clearly states that the existing or the approved pollution prevention plans will be migrated to fall under the ambit of the Climate Change Act once the Act is finalized. So those just to manage the transition, the approved pollution prevention plans will be deemed to be the greenhouse gas mitigation plans while we're transitioning to the new regime under the Climate Change Act. So this was talking also to the issue of alignment and harmonization, and which I think we've explained to say it is achieved by the bill. The next one, Chair, I think the first comment is just a general comment commending the bill, the content of the bill and what it seeks to achieve. I think we acknowledge that as a department to say we are moving to the right direction. But then there is a call for clarity, especially around the carbon budgeting, the allocation of the carbon budgets, and in the just transition. There's a criticism to say the bill relies heavily on regulations. And there is also a comment to say it is not clear how the government will achieve the ambitious target of reducing emissions over time. So, Chair, this one also doesn't. I think our assessment is that these are general comments critiquing the content of the bill. They don't really translate into amendments to the bill. But in responding to this specific constructive criticism of the bill, we acknowledge the criticism, and I think we've emphasized that the carbon budgeting, especially the exceedances, are a matter that should be driven by National Treasury. The bill clearly provides for the determination and regulation of the nationally determined contribution. So there is some level of certainty in that respect. And all the energy-related proposals as are contained in that specific submission are not to be really, in our view, should not be really dealt with through this bill, but through the competent departments, for example, the DMRE. The next one, Chair, I think this one will, there is a proposed amendments, which I think our view is that the committee may maybe vote on this one. Here, the submission was that the bill contained certain language and drafting errors. An example is the use of capital letters where it's not justifiable to do so. For example, the word constitutional in the preamble, the letter C is in high caps, whereas it should be in low caps. And some of the paragraphs were not really making sense as per this submission. There was the submission further says that the bill should be vetted by experienced legislative drafter or editor, and so forth. So, Chair, we've taken these comments into account, considered them thoroughly. As a result, our proposal, Chair, is that the wording proposal should be accepted and effected on the bill. The word constitutional should be written, the letter C in the word constitutional should be written in small caps. Therefore, on page 2, line 1 of the preamble, there's a need to omit constitutional and to substitute it with the wording constitutional with C in small caps. And on page 3, in line 1, there's a need to omit the wording supports and to substitute that for the wording support for. So this is the point, Chair, where I think there is the proposed amendment. I don't know if the committee would want to vote on this one, or should I proceed?
No. Chairperson will have to vote on this one. This is on the Western Cape's proposed amendments. This is 1.10. So can I, is there any comments from legal, or can I go to the voting?
Oscar, legal is in agreement with the changes that have been proposed. So subject to what the committee decides, we will fall in line, but we are in agreement with the stylistic and drafting changes that need to be made.
Okay. Chairperson, can I proceed?
Yes, proceed, Oscar. Thank you.
Anybody with voting rights from Eastern Cape?
Eastern Cape abstain.
Anybody with voting rights from Free State?
Free State abstains.
Anybody from voting rights from Gauteng?
Gauteng abstain.
Anybody with voting rights from KZN?
KZN abstain.
Anybody with voting rights from Limpopo?
Limpopo abstain.
Anybody with voting rights from Mpumalanga? They're not on the platform. Anybody with voting rights from Northern Cape?
Northern Cape.
Northern Cape?
Northern Cape abstain.
Thank you. Anybody with voting rights from Northwest?
Northwest not support the amendment.
Western Cape, anybody with voting from Western Cape?
Western Cape supports.
Chairperson, we have 3, 6, 7 abstentions. The proposed amendment is not agreed to. Thank you. The department may proceed.
Okay, no, thank you. The next submission was on the long title of the bill. Chair, I must say upfront that our view is that these were general comments on the bill. There is no specific proposed amendment to the bill, but the comments on the long title were to say the bill speaks to an enabling response and transition for the economy and society. But the bill, although there is commendable provisions, the bill does not appear to adequately cover how government will enable other non-public sector players to partner in building this just transition to a low carbon and climate resilient economy and society. So I think we've addressed this comment in relation to the emphasis on the role of non-state actors. Our response, Chair, if you recall, we had said the bill is quite clear on the role of non-state actors, how they should then participate in the whole implementation of the Act, including through the contributing to the development of different instruments that are to be developed by the government at different levels, participating in the commission, the technical committees within the commission, and so on and so forth. So I think we've made that, we've clarified that point. Also on the carbon budgeting, we've been clear that there will be dedicated regulations, but to the extent that there are exceedances, those should then will be regulated in terms of the Carbon Tax Act. The next one was comment on the use of the word periodically in the bill. I think that the submission criticizes the use of that specific wording to say that wording is vague and open-ended. The recommendation is that that wording should be changed to an exact time frame. For example, to say not less than 5 years and so forth. Chair, here, this is a criticism of the bill, how it is structured and how some provisions are framed. The word periodical, if you scan through the bill, is used in 3 instances in the bill, I think in clause 15 and other clauses. In our view, that wording periodically is necessary in those 3 instances where it is used in the bill. The wording periodically, for example, is used in NEMA, the National Environmental Management Act, and this bill is we are saying it will form part of the NEMA package of legislation. It will be a SEMA. So that wording periodically is a commonly understood wording in the industry and with the stakeholders that we normally engage with. So our view is that the wording periodically is a necessity in the instances where it is specifically used in the bill. The context dictates that we use that specific wording, and it is the industry will generally understand what we mean by that wording in the instances where we've used it. So, Chair, on that one, we're saying there's no need for amendments. Then on clause 1, definition of carbon dioxide equivalent, the submission here from the Western Cape is that carbon dioxide equivalent should, or CO2e, should be subscript. So the submission is that the symbol in the definition should be subscript, and therefore must be amended to read CO2e. So, Chair, this one is also a proposed amendment to the bill. We've considered it to agree that change be effected in the bill. So the proposal is that on page 4 in line 43, we must omit, the committee may consider to omit the CO2e and substitute that with CO2e subscript as proposed.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think we can, on that would be 2.3 on the Western Cape's mandate, and I think we should vote on that one, Chair, before we proceed. So, do I have your permission, Chair?
Yes, you have, Asgar. Carry on.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just trying to get my computer to play. Nice. Chairperson, 2.3, Eastern, my apologies. Anybody with voting powers from Eastern Cape? Eastern Cape, Ms. Dongeni.
Chair, abstain. I'm sorry.
No problem. Anyone with voting powers from the West, from the Free State, able?
Free State abstains.
Anybody with voting powers from Gauteng?
Gauteng abstain.
Anybody with voting powers from KZN?
KZN abstain.
Anyone with voting powers from Limpopo? See, Ms. Mamrubela is on the platform. Ms. Mamrubela? Limpopo?
Limpopo abstain.
Thank you. Anybody with voting powers from Mpumalanga? But they are not on the platform. Anyone with voting powers from Northern Cape? Mam Kause?
Northern Cape abstain. Thank you.
Thank you. Northwest, anybody with voting powers?
Not support.
Limpopo
Western-
abstain. I'm sorry about that. My gadget is failing me today.
No problem, no problem. Western Cape, anybody with voting powers?
Support.
Right, the department may proceed to the next one. Thank you for your indulgence.
Okay, no, thank you. The next one is the comment on the definition or submission on the definition of the term mayor. The submission is that the definition incorrectly states that the executive mayor and speaker mentioned in paragraphs A and B are elected in terms of Section 48 of the Local Government and Municipal Structures Act. And therefore, there is incorrect reference to Section 30. There's also incorrect referencing of Section 36.5 of the Municipal Structures Act. Further, that the introductory sentence to the definition should be its own paragraph, and all three paragraphs should follow after the wording means in the first line of the definition. Cross-referencing should to be corrected. So that is the submission from the Western Cape. Chair, on this one, we acknowledge the submission and the proposals in that submission. I think we've considered that though the proposals are correct, and therefore the changes as proposed the committee should consider effecting the proposals as proposed, or the amendments as proposed by the Western Cape Province. So the inconsistencies occurred because of the changes or amendments that were made to the Municipal Structures Act in 2022. So it's understandable that they exist those inconsistencies in the bill, because the bill has been in the pipeline for some time, since 2018. So the developments in other departments then have necessitate that we change that definition as proposed. Therefore, Chair, the proposal is that on page 5, from line 39 to the committee should consider omitting the definition of mayor and substitute that with the following definition. Mayor, in respect of the different types of municipalities, means a mayor elected in terms of Section 48 of the Local Government Municipal Structures Act, or an executive mayor elected in terms of Section 55 of the Local Government Municipal Structures Act. In that way, the concern from the Western Cape will be addressed in our view, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. That would be 2.4 on the Western Cape mandate, so we'll have to vote on that one. Can I proceed, Chairperson?
Yes, we can proceed, Oscar.
Okay, Eastern Cape, anyone with voting rights?
Eastern Cape's abstain, Chair.
Free State, anyone with voting powers?
Abstains, Free State.
Gauteng, anyone with voting powers from Gauteng?
Gauteng abstain.
KZN, anybody with voting powers?
KZN abstain.
Limpopo, anybody with voting powers?
Limpopo abstain.
Mpumalanga, nobody's on the platform from Mpumalanga. My apologies. Anybody with voting powers from Mpumalanga? Well, they're not on the platform. Anyone with voting powers from Northern Cape?
Northern Cape abstain.
Anyone with voting powers from Northwest?
Not support.
Not support. Anyone with voting powers from the Western Cape?
Support.
Chairperson, we may proceed to the next. Chairperson, we have a hand from the legal advisor. Could we give her a...
Okay, legal advisor.
Thank you,
The
Asgar.
floor
Thank
is
you.
yours.
Thank you, Chair. My apologies for interjecting. I am a bit concerned, Chairperson, that there are proposed amendments that seek to correct what needs to be corrected in the bill. So, for example, not necessarily content related, but in terms of legality and in terms of correcting certain stylistic and drafting convention styles, there are proposed amendments. So I'm a little bit concerned that we are, as a committee, not agreeing to those proposals. So, for example, in terms of clause 1, the definition of mayor, that has to be changed to be aligned with the Municipal Systems Amendment Act. So I'm not sure how we propose to deal with it as a committee if there's so many abstaining. It means that these things will not be corrected in the C list that will follow. So if you can just guide me, Chair, on how we propose to deal with that then. Thank you.
Thank you very much, legal advisor. I think in my opinion, if we vote according to mandates from our provinces. So, of which I understand what you are saying, but it's up to each province that carries the mandate when it comes to that. I don't know whether members, any bite in this one?
Ungwenya, Chair.
Yes, Honorable Ngwenya, Mama.
Thanks very much, Chair. I think, Chair, you have explained correctly. Injalo, ayijiki, ayishintshi. Siphethe mandate from our own provinces. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Honorable Ngwenya, Mama. Any other hands regarding the matter?
Sorry, is it possible, once the members have had a chance, just for myself to make a comment?
Okay, no, that's fine. Let me check with the members first. Asgar, are there any hands from other members?
No, Chair.
Okay.
Chair, Miss Mamrubela has raised her hand.
Okay, Honorable Mam Robela.
Thank you, Mama. Chairperson, I think I would want to join Mamungwenya on that one, that we don't just vote. We are an NCOP that takes a mandate from our provinces. And if our provinces never give us a mandate to amend, it's either we abstain or we don't support. Simple as that.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Mama Robela, for that. Any bite from another member? Oscar, do we have any hands?
No, Chair. It is just Cobus that has to just
Okay.
make a thing.
Okay, no, that's all. Cobus, over to you.
Thanks, Chair. I just want to maybe add a comment based on past experience with legislation. And in the past, the committee were guided by legal advice regarding the difference between a technical correction and an amendment. An amendment changes the bill to the point that it has to go back to both houses for voting, whereas a technical correction is a province or the public pointing out that there's a drafting error in the bill that is corrected as a technical correction and does not affect the bill to the point where the bill has to be reconsidered by the NCOP or the NA. And perhaps a suggestion from my side, I'm not legally versed enough to know when it is a technical correction versus an amendment, but perhaps the committee can take guidance from the legal team regarding when something has to be corrected versus when something is an amendment, Chair. That's just my past experience.
Okay, thank you very much, Cobus, for that, clarity. I think we are just going to note that, and as the other provinces has commented, and also as I emphasized, that the mandate, we take it from the provinces. We can't just vote anyhow. Okay, let me ask her.
Yes, Chairperson, the department can continue. We stopped at draft clause 1 definition of presidential, so that's where they must start.
Okay, department.
No, thank you, Chair. On the definition of the term Presidential Climate Commission, the submission from the Western Cape is that the definition has not been updated in line with the new draft clause 10 in the bill, as draft clause 10 does not establish the commission, but rather continues its existence. The submission is that the words established in terms of section 10 in the draft definition should be replaced with the wording referred to in section 10. Shall we consider this submission? We acknowledge it and it is correct. Chair, the proposal is that the committee may consider effecting the amendment as follows on page 6 in line 26 to omit the word established, the wording established in terms of, and to substitute that for the wording referred to in. We agree with that amendment, Chair, or technical correction.
Thank you, Chairperson. That would be 2.5 on the Western Cape's proposed amendments. 2.5. We can vote on that one, Chair. I will proceed with your permission.
Okay, Oscar, carry on with the voting.
Eastern Cape. Anybody with voting powers from the Eastern Cape?
Eastern Cape abstain.
Anyone with voting powers from the West Free State? I know. Free State. Free State.
Open, it's open.
Anybody with voting powers from the Free State?
My apologies, Chairperson. I was just logged out due to the network. I'm not sure what we're dealing with now. If just
You are
briefly.
sleeping.
Voting.
No, I'm not. The network problem, so I was out. I think the chair can attest to it. So briefly, what are we dealing with now so that I make an informed decisions
We
and
are
vote?
voting. We are voting on proposed amendment 2.5 of the Western Cape.
No, I abstained. Okay, I abstained. Thanks.
Voting. Anyone with voting powers from the Gauteng province?
Gauteng abstain.
Anyone vote powers from KZN?
KwaZulu-Natal abstain.
Anybody with voting powers from Limpopo?
Abstain.
Anybody with voting powers from Mpumalanga, but they're not on the platform? Northern Cape, anyone with voting powers?
Northern Cape abstain.
Northwest, anyone with voting powers? Northwest,
Northwest, not support.
Western Cape, anyone with voting powers from the Western Cape?
Western Cape support.
Chairperson, we've got 3, 4, 5, 6 abstentions. That's not agreed to. So we may move to 2.6. That is definition of subsector. Department, you may proceed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The next one is definition of the term subsector. The submission from the Western Cape is that the definition is the proposal is that the definition of the term subsector is very specific, a very specific definition which is linked to and defined by the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. However, the definition of the term sector is generic and not linked to the IPCC. So in summary, Chair, the submission is that there must be a review of the definition of sector to ensure better alignment with the IPCC definitions. Chair, we've considered the submission from the Western Cape. Our observation is that, or the observation from the Western Cape is noted, but our submission is that let's try to ensure that there is alignment in the definitions consistent with the definitions in the IPCC. We suggest that the definition of subsector be changed, be amended instead to align with the spirit and purport of the definition of the term sector, as the term subsector draws from the term sector. So we propose instead that the definition of subsector should read as follows: means in respect of mitigation, a further subdivision of a group of activities with similar characteristics which either emit greenhouse gases or are vulnerable to climate change. That is the proposed definition, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I think we will need to vote on this one. That would be subsector would be 2.6, Chair. So we need to vote on this one. So 2.6 of the Western Cape mandate. Chair, may I proceed?
Yes, proceed, Aska.
Anybody with voting powers from the Eastern Cape, how do you vote?
Abstain, Chair.
Anybody with voting powers from the Free State, how do you vote?
Abstain.
Anybody with voting powers from Gauteng, how do you vote?
Gauteng abstain.
Anybody with voting powers from KZN?
KZN abstain.
Anyone with voting powers from Limpopo? Limpopo.
Limpopo abstain.
Anybody with voting powers from Mpumalanga, how do you vote? Okay, they're not on the platform. Northern Cape, anyone with voting powers?
Northern Cape abstain.
Anyone with voting powers from Northwest?
Northwest, not support.
And Western Cape, who's got voting powers?
Support.
Chairperson, 3, 4, 5, 6, not abstentions. The proposed amendment is not agreed to. We may proceed to 2.7, which is, yes, the department can do 2.7, Chairperson. The word should is ambiguous.
Okay, carry on. Oscar.
Not me, the department chair.
Or the department. Yes, carry on, department. Sorry.
No, thank you, Chair. The next submission is on clause 3H of the bill. That says the word should is ambiguous. The phrase best available science, evidence, and information is used throughout the bill. The phrase without further clarification can be subjectively interpreted. The submission is that the word should in clause 3H should be substituted for the wording must. Chair, we have assessed the submission, it's correct, and we've considered that the wording can be changed to must. Therefore, the proposal, Chair, is that the following amendments are made to clause 3H on page 7 in line 47 to omit the word should and substitute that with the wording must. Thank you.
Chairperson, that would be 2.7. We will need to vote on that one as well, Chairperson. May I proceed?
Yes, Oscar, proceed.
2.7. Anyone with voting powers from Eastern Cape?
Abstain, Chair.
Anyone with voting powers from the Free State?
Abstain, Free State.
Anyone with voting powers from Gauteng? Gauteng, Mamgwenya. Okay, we'll come back. I think she's kicked out again. Anyone from KZN with voting powers?
KZN abstain.
Anyone from Limpopo with voting powers?
Limpopo don't support.
Not support, right? Pumalanga, they're not on the platform. Anyone with voting powers from Northern Cape?
Northern Cape abstain.
Anyone from Northwest with voting powers? Northwest?
Not support.
Western Cape?
Northwest, not.
No, thank you. Western Cape?
Western Cape support.
Thank you, Chairperson. We have Gauteng, Mamgwenya.
Gauteng supports.
Chairperson, we have on this amendment, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 abstentions. We have 1, 2 not support, 2 support, 1 not on the platform. There is no consensus on agreement. This amendment is not agreed to. So we may move to the next, which is 2.8, page 8, draft clause 4. The department may continue with that one, Chairperson.
Okay, no, thank you. The next one is clause 4. The submission from the Western Cape is that the draft clause can possibly be interpreted to mean that it only applies to the state. There's need to clarify clause 4. Chair, we've looked into that clause, the submission. Our view is that the clause, the way that clause is drafted, is consistent with any other act that you may find out there. For example, in NAMBA, in the Biodiversity Act, in the Equality Act, there is a similar provision. So that is a standard clause in legislation, which says that the bill will then apply, once enacted, will then apply across throughout the Republic and will bind all organs of state. So that is a standard provision. So Chair's submission is that there's no need for an amendment of clause 4, as it is a standard clause in legislation. The next one, Chair, is on the still on clause 4, application of the act. The submission from the Western Cape is that the new draft subclause, clause 4, 3 and 4, are misplaced. Those subclauses deal with the reporting requirements by the Presidential Climate Commission. So, Chair, we agree with the submission from the Western Cape that those two subclauses are not properly located where they are currently. So we agree with the proposal that those should be moved and placed where they belong. The proposal, Chair, therefore, is that on page 8, from line 13, the committee should consider omitting subsections 3 and 4, and those two subclauses are now moved. We propose that those two subclauses be moved to clause 13, which deals with reporting by government or reporting to government. So I think those two subclauses will be properly located under the reporting clause. That is the proposal, Chair.
Okay. Chairperson, thank you from the department. That would be 2.9 on the Western Cape's proposed amendments. We will have to vote on that one, Chairperson. May I have your permission to proceed?
I'll go continue, Oscar.
Okie dokie. Eastern Cape, anyone with voting powers?
Eastern Cape abstain.
Anybody with voting powers from the Free State?
Free State abstains.
Anybody with voting powers from Gauteng?
Gauteng abstain.
Anybody with voting powers from KZN?
KZN abstain.
Anybody with voting powers from Limpopo?
Limpopo abstain.
Anybody with voting powers from Mpumalanga? That's because they're not on the platform. Anybody with voting powers from Northern Cape?
Northern Cape abstain.
Anybody with voting powers from Northwest?
Northwest not support.
Anyone with voting powers from the Western Cape?
Support.
Chairperson, we have 3, 4, 5, 6 abstentions and 1 support, 1 not support, 1 not on the platform. Chairperson, no general consensus. This agreement is not agreed to. Department may proceed. Thank you.
Thank you. Then the next one is clause 8, submission from the Western Cape on clause 8, 3B. The Western Cape submits that the clause 8 3B makes reference to the President's coordinating council. However, the Intergovernmental Relations Framework Act establishes a body called the President's Coordinating Council. So the crux of this submission is that the bill does not name the President's Coordinating Council properly, and there must be alignment. In the bill, we must delete the dash, or we must insert a dash in the name President's Coordinating Council. Further, that the bill does not really clarify the interaction between the Climate Change Commission and the President's Coordinating Council. So the submission calls for us to clarify that interaction or relation. So we've noted the submission and assessed it accordingly. Our view, firstly, I must state that our view is that this should not translate into an amendment of the bill. We consulted with the state law advisors, and their opinion is that there is no need to insert a dash between in the naming of the President's Coordinating Council. Drafting convention dictates that there should not be a dash in the name of the President's Coordinating Council. So that's the first point. Then, in terms of the interaction between the President's Coordinating Council and the President's Climate Change Commission, our submission there is that the commission, which we seek to establish through the bill, has very specific responsibilities, which is to advise, which are their role and responsibilities are advisory in nature, in particular to advise on the Republic's climate change response, mitigation of impacts, and adaptation. So that is a specific role that the Climate Change Commission it will be afforded, which is different from what is the role of the President's Coordinating Council. So these are two distinct entities established in terms of two different legal regimes. The President's Coordinating Council is established in terms of the Intergovernmental Relations Framework Act to deal with issues of coordination between different levels of government. So the point we're making, Chair, is that these are two different entities established through different legal frameworks with totally different mandates. But what is important is that they must then collaborate in pursuing the objectives of the climate change bill. So, Chair, our submission is that this should not translate into an amendment to amendments to the bill. Then on clause 9, the submission from the Western Cape is that there is incorrect wording. The wording "its" should be replaced with the wording "the." We acknowledge the submission from the Western Cape and agree with that suggested correction or technical correction. Therefore, Chair, the proposal is that the following amendments should be, the committee should consider making the following amendments on page 9, line 24, to omit "its" and to substitute that for the word "the."
Chairperson, that would be 2.11 of the Western Cape's mandate. 2.11. I think that we need to vote on that one, Chairperson, because the department is proposing an amendment. Can I proceed?
Okay, Aska, proceed.
Anybody with voting from the Eastern Cape, how do you vote? Eastern Cape?
Eastern Cape abstain, Chair.
Person with voting powers from the Free State, how do you vote?
Free State abstain.
Person with voting powers from Gauteng, how do you vote?
Gauteng, abstain.
Person with the voting power from KZN, how do you vote?
KZN abstain.
Person with the voting power from Limpopo, how do you vote?
Limpopo abstain, Chair.
Person with voting power from Mpumalanga, but they're not on the platform. Person with voting powers from Northern Cape.
Northern Cape abstain.
Person with voting powers from the Northwest.
Not support.
Person with voting powers from the Western Cape, how do you vote? Chairperson, we have 3, 4, 5, 6 abstentions, 1 not platform, 1 not supported. There is no general consensus, Chairperson. The amendment is not agreed to. We may continue with 2.12.
Okay, no, thank you. The 2.12 is closed. Then we still continue the existence of the commission and its listing in terms of the PFMA. The submission from the Western Cape is that the clause is not really clear as to who is obligated to list the commission in terms of the Schedule 3 of the PFMA. Further, that subclause 4 states that a serving member of Parliament, including a member of the provincial legislature and member of a municipal council. However, Section 4 42(1) of the Constitution provides that Parliament only consists of the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces. So in summary, Chair, the submission says we must clarify who must list the commission, and that correcting of referencing with section 42(1) of the Constitution. So we've looked at this proposal submission from the Western Cape. We note their commentary around section 42(1) of the Constitution in relation to clause 10(4)(b), and the proposed deletion of the word including in clause 10(4) is noted as well. Chair, we agree that the word including may be substituted with the word as well as. And to clarify the obligation or as to who must list the commission, Chair, our clarification is that the department, the listing of the commission in terms of Schedule 3 of the PFMA is a function or is the role of the department working together with Treasury. In fact, there is work underway already in terms of working with Treasury and the Commission to around the business case for the Commission, its appropriate location, and the listing process. So that work is underway between the department, Treasury, and the Commission. But in the main, the role is it is the responsibility of the department to ensure that the commission is listed. Therefore, Chair, we're proposing that the following amendments be made to clause 10 on page 9, in line 54, to omit the word including and substitute that with the wording as well as. Thank you, Chair.
Chairperson, that would be proposed amendment 2.12 on the Western Cape's mandate. Can I proceed with the voting, Chair?
Yes, Oscar, can proceed with the voting.
Eastern Cape's person from the Eastern Cape with voting powers, how do you vote?
Eastern Cape abstain.
Person with voting powers from Free State, how do you vote?
Free State abstains.
Person with the voting rights from Gauteng, how do you vote?
Gauteng abstain.
Person with voting rights from KZN, how do you vote?
KZN abstain.
Person with voting rights from Limpopo, how do you vote?
Limpopo abstain.
Mpumalanga is not on the platform. Person with voting powers from Northern Cape, how do you vote?
Northern Cape abstain.
Person with voting powers from Northwest, how does you vote? Northwest.
Not support.
Person with voting powers from the Western Cape, how do you vote?
Support.
Chairperson, we've got 3, 4, 5, 6 abstentions. That's the majority. The amendment is not agreed to. The department may proceed. Thank you.
Okay, no, thank you. The next one is clause 11, 1B. The proposal from the Western Cape is that clause 11, 1B be reworded to read, advise government on the mitigation of climate change impacts, including through the reduction of emissions of greenhouse gases, strengthening of disaster risk reduction and management capacities, and adaptation to the effects of climate change. In summary, Chair, the submission is that let's include disaster risk reduction in clause 11, 1B. We've looked at this submission, Chair, carefully, and our assessment is that the disaster risk reduction management concept is covered under or adequately regulated under the Disaster Management Act. Our submission is that the climate change bill should therefore not duplicate the effort. Therefore, Chair, we don't support the proposed amendments on clause 11.1b. The next one is on clause 10 to 14. The submission from the Western Cape is that those specific clauses 10 to 14 deal with the functions of the Commission, process of appointment, financial administration, and reporting. The suggestion or proposal from the Western Cape is that the Commission should involve officials who are responsible for climate change, that is departmental officials with expertise at the technical level. The recommendation is that the bill should consider including a technical forum that will include officials from local, provincial, and national government to engage the climate change experts. Lastly, that the suggestion is that the departmental official should be appointed as the executive director to ensure the sharing of information and avoid duplication of effort. Chair, we've considered this proposal from the Western Cape, and our assessment is that the Commission is already empowered by the bill to establish technical committees. There's a technical committee on environmental aspects, mitigation, finance, law, and all those related fields. So the bill is quite clear in terms of establishment of those technical committees by the Commission. So that is already catered for in the bill. The Commission has a specific role of providing advice on climate issues, climate change response, mitigation, and adaptation. As such, there should not be duplication with other government regulatory functions. So we don't support the proposal that says the commissioner or the executive director should be from the department, just to ensure that there is a separation of functions and mandates. So, Chair, this one also, our view is that it should not translate into amendments to the bill. The next one is clause 15 about environmental management frameworks, IDPs, and integrated development plans, as well as spatial development frameworks. The proposal from the Western Cape basically is that the bill needs to clearer goals as to what level of integration of climate change response plans are required with all these instruments, the EMFs, SDFs, and IDPs. The recommendation is that the bill should outline clearer goals in terms of that level of integration. Our response, Chair, to this submission is that the bill already calls for integration and mainstreaming of climate change response plans with all the other instruments that are in existence at all spheres of government. These include the IDPs as well. For example, the bill says, I think it's clause 15, that once the minister has put in place the National Adaptation Strategy and Plan, sector departments must then develop their sector-specific strategy, or must first conduct the needs and response assessment, climate change needs and response assessments. Those assessments must then inform must then be integrated into the IDPs. So the bill, the way it's constructed is such that those planning instruments will then be integrated into the IDPs, not just IDPs and all these other applicable instruments. So our suggestion, Chair, is that this proposal should not translate into an amendment of the bill. The next one is clause 15.1c. There, the suggestion from the Western Cape is that paragraph B, 51, paragraph B, that is 15.1b, refers to paragraph C. So paragraph C should be moved to before paragraph B. So it's just a clause construction issue, Chair, or arrangement issue. We noted that submission. Our response there, Chair, is that can be considered by the state law advisor as at the point when they are generating the C list. They can then have a look into that and see if that paragraph is properly located where it is, or if there is a need to restructure 15.1 B and C or not. So, Chair, I think this one will be a technical adjustment by the state law advisors. So, but as a department, we're not opposed to the suggestion.
Chairperson, I think for safety's sake, seeing that the department is referring it to the Office of the State Law Advisors and they're not opposed to the suggestion of the Western Cape, out on the side of caution, let's vote on it. And let's just be procedurally covered. So that would be 2.16 of the Western Cape's proposed amendments. May I proceed, Chairperson?
Yes, proceed, Aska.
Eastern Cape, person with the voting powers, how do you vote? Eastern Cape.
Eastern Cape, abstain.
Free
Okay.
State, how would the person with voting powers from Free State?
Free State abstains.
Person with voting rights from Gauteng?
Gauteng abstain.
Person with voting rights from KZN?
KZN abstain.
Person with voting powers from Limpopo?
Limpopo absent, Chair.
Mpumalanga is not on the platform. Northern Cape, the person with the voting rights?
Northern Cape abstain.
Person with voting powers from Northwest?
Abstain.
Western Cape, person with the vote. Chairperson, we've got 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 abstentions. The amendment is not agreed to. We may proceed to the next one. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, no, thank you. The next one is clause 15.1, subclause 1, paragraph 1. The submission from the Western Cape is that it must be an acknowledgement of municipal constraints, and municipalities must, the constraints must be assessed, and municipalities provided with assistance and resources, including capacity, in the face of the challenges that they are experiencing. So this one is more on the support to municipalities. We acknowledge the submission from the Western Cape. Our response is that that dedicated clause in the bill 15A, which says minister will then prescribe a support and finance mechanism to ensure that the objectives or objects of the bill are achieved. So this one, Chair, should not really translate into proposed amendments to the bill in our view. The next one is clause 15.2C. In summary, Chair, this submission from the Western Cape says this specific clause does not include economic sectors or businesses. The wording doesn't make sense. The suggestion is that the paragraph should include economic sectors and businesses. It is further submitted that the disaster risks or hazards should specifically be mentioned and mapped. Therefore, the suggestion is that the words and hazards be inserted after the word risks. Chair, we've looked at this proposal from the Western Cape carefully. we just wanted to clarify that the wording community as used in the context of 15.2c is all inclusive. It includes all the community, business community, and so basically, in summary, that wording community is all inclusive, but we agree with the word insertion of the wording hazards and risks in clause 15.2c. So, Chair, the proposal is that the words hazards and risks be inserted in clause 15.2c, as suggested by the Western Cape. Thank you.
Chairperson, that would that would mean that the department agrees with the that I would propose to 2.18.2 of the department. So can I just check if they are agreeing to 2.18.2 only or 2.18.1 as well? Department.
No, we are agreeing to to the second one, insertion of the wording hazards and risks, not
Okay.
yes.
Right. Chairperson, so we'll have to vote on 2.18.2. Can I then commence with the voting on that one, Chairperson?
Yes, you can commence, Oscar.
Thank you, Chairperson. The person of voting powers from the Eastern Cape, how say you? Eastern Cape.
Eastern Cape abstained.
Person of the
Yeah, we're
voting power
voting for all
from
the bills.
from
For
Free
Western
State.
Cape. Aye, guys.
Free State abstains.
Person of voting power from Gauteng.
Gauteng abstain.
Person with voting power from KZN.
KZN abstain.
Person with the voting power from Limpopo. Limpopo. Okay, we'll come back because she is on the platform. Pumalanga is not on the platform. Person with voting powers from Northern Cape.
Northern Cape abstain.
Person with voting powers from Northwest.
Not support.
Person with voting powers from Western Cape.
Support.
We'll go back to Limpopo. Person with voting power from Limpopo. How do you vote?
Limpopo don't support.
Thank you. Chairperson, we have 3, 4, 5 not abstentions, 2 not support, 1 support, and 1 not on the platform. The amendment is not agreed to. Chairperson, shall we? Department, you may continue. Thank you.
No, thank you. The next one is on clause 15.2e. The submission from the Western Cape is that the draft paragraph is reflected under the climate change needs and response assessment, but speaks to climate change implementation plan. This is clause 15.3. But in summary, the suggestion is that the draft paragraph must be amended to reflect measures and mechanisms that have been implemented or are already underway, and that a reference is added to the identification of human and financial needs required for implementation. So we've looked into this submission. Our response is that the main focus of the bill is to outline clear measures that will be required to respond to climate change so that the response plans could be tailored. There will be technical guidelines on how to undertake the needs and response assessments. I think those may be outlined in the regulations in terms of how the different spheres or especially municipalities should undertake those needs and response assessments. So, Chair, that is our response to that specific commentary from the Western Cape, and our view is that this should not translate into an amendment to the bill. The next one, clause 15.3a, the submission from the Western Cape is that it is not clear whether the climate change response implementation plan must also include consideration of the nature and characteristics of the province or a metropolitan or district municipality. In particular, the unique climate change needs and risks that arise, and the special risks, vulnerabilities, area, ecosystems, communities that are vulnerable to impacts. The submission, in summary, is that there must be consideration given to amending the wording of clause 15.3a so that contextual and spatial considerations must also inform the response implementation plans and the needs and response assessments. So, Chair, as I explained earlier, once Minister has put in place the National Adaptation Strategy and Plan, each province or municipality will have to conduct the province-specific needs assessment, generate a plan on how those needs should be addressed. That plan will then have to be integrated with the IDPs. So as we may all know, climate change affects different parts of the country differently. Each province is experiencing climate change differently, especially the coastal and inland areas. So each province will have to have its province-specific considerations that we acknowledge. And I think it's sufficiently adequately covered in how the bill is structured in terms of the planning instruments that should be developed. Therefore, Chair, our submission is, I think our view is that this is adequately covered in the bill, and there's no need for amendments to the bill. On clause 16.2, I think this one we've clarified it. This relates to the use of the word periodically. I think we'll maintain our response as we've responded initially, Chair, to say the wording is used in those three instances as dictated by the context. That wording is basically used, for example, in NEMA as well, and our stakeholders should have a general understanding of what that word as used in the relevant context means. So there's no need for proposed amendment, Chair, on that one. On clause 17.2a, the proposal from the Western Cape is around reference. It says the bill does not reference financing or making resources available to downscale existing available science to local context. So this, in summary, is about the support and finance mechanism that is prescribed in section 15a. And we think our view is that that mechanism, which will be detailed in the regulations, must cover all these aspects. And that will require support, whether financial or otherwise. So our view is that there's no need for amendments to the bill. Then on clause 17.2, the proposal from the Western Cape is that the current wording could be interpreted to mean that the vulnerabilities are linked only to the environmental sector. The submission is that clause 17.2c should be reworded to then include reference to associated social and economic vulnerabilities. So we've considered the proposal from the Western Cape. We agree that the wording associated social and economic environmental vulnerabilities be included. Therefore, Chair, the proposal is that the following amendments be made to clause 17.2c. that clause should now include a consideration of the potential impacts of climate change on the environment of the Republic and associated economic and environmental vulnerabilities. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. That proposed amendments and agreed to by the department would be 2.23 of the Western Cape's mandate. Chair, can I proceed with the voting?
Yes, proceed, Aska.
Eastern Cape, person with the voting mandate from the Eastern Cape.
Eastern Cape abstain.
Person with the voting mandate from Free State.
Abstains. Free State, province of Milk and Honey.
Person with the voting mandate from Gauteng. Gauteng. Okay, we'll come back. Person with voting mandate from KZN.
KZN abstain.
Limpopo, voting mandate. Person.
Limpopo abstain.
Person with the voting powers from Mpumalanga, they're not on the platform. Person with voting powers from Northern Cape.
Northern Cape abstain.
Person with the voting mandate from Northwest.
Not support.
Person with the voting mandate from Western Cape.
Support.
Chairperson, we have 3, 4, 5, 6 abstentions. That would be the majority, so the amendment is not agreed to, Chair. The department may proceed, Chair.
Thank you. The next one is on clause 20. The submission from the Western Cape is that climate change researchers in South Africa are obstructed from delivering the best high-quality science and information to inform the state on climate change risks by the very high cost of access to state or parastatal climate change data or resources. So the proposal is that the clause 20 should then cover the data and information needs of the researchers, and the relevant subclause that deals with data information including a subclause that deals with data and information needs of bona fide climate change researchers, specifically to make these available at no cost or for only administrative fee. Chair, we've considered this specific proposal from the Western Cape. However, our view is that the bill is not intended to regulate data policies of various organizations. The bill refers to data to be provided to minister as part of tracking progress on the implementation of the adaptation measures. Chair, I think as we've explained in different platforms that in terms of the bill and availability of certain information, there will be information that is generally available or publicly available. That information can be accessed by the researchers and when they need it at no cost. But there would be information, as is the case with any other sector, that information will be on an application basis in terms of the PIA Act. So one would have to submit an application to access certain information that may not be generally available to the public. So there are those procedures as well in terms of accessibility of information. So our submission is that should not translate into an amendment to the bill. On clause 5 or chapter 5 of the bill, the submission from the Western Cape is that the draft clauses dealing with emission inventory and reporting are inadequate. The bill does not require the publication of or disclosure of carbon budgets, greenhouse gas mitigation plans, annual reports on compliance with carbon budgets, and so forth. So the suggestion is that the emission inventory and reporting must be dealt with more comprehensively in the bill. So, Chair, we've looked at that comment from the submission from the Western Cape. Our view is that there are certain dedicated clauses in the bill that address what the Western Cape submission. For example, clauses 26(1) to 5 provide for that specific clause or subclauses are adequate to ensure that the national greenhouse gas inventory is compiled and support the process of tracking the greenhouse gas emissions trajectory. Clauses 26(3) to 6 also addresses the process for greenhouse gas emission reporting. Clause 31 clearly stipulates that the minister must make available all information provided for in terms of the act, subject to PAIA and POPIA requirements. So there is, Chair, the adequate provision to these issues raised by the Western Cape in this instance. The next one, Chair, is clause 22. The submission from the Western Cape on clause 22, sectoral emission targets, is that the clause does not make mention of provinces and local support and local government in support of the sets or the sectoral emission targets. There is an indication that there is a guideline that is being developed currently on around the sets, and this guideline refers to the importance of alignment with amongst the different departments. So there's an inconsistent use of the singular and plural in this draft clause, ministers and versus minister. The list of greenhouse gas emitting sectors and subsectors listed by the minister, it's not clear whether the ministers responsible for each sector will participate in this decision by the minister. The role of local government in the determination of sets is also not clear and must be included in the bill. An inconsistency in terms of the use of the language in certain clauses. So, Chair, we've assessed this detailed submission from the Western Cape, and our submission is that in the determination of the sets, there will be that the determination of the sets will be an inclusive process. There will be consultations with the persons to whom the sets will be allocated in particular. There will be a detailed framework on the allocation of sets, which will be developed with the sector departments, which will then clarify the roles and responsibilities, just for clarity and consistency, as well as regulatory certainty. So ministers are being consulted. We acknowledge that there is work underway already, and ministers, relevant ministers are being consulted already. So that is our response, Chair, to that, and there's no need for an amendment to the bill. On clause 22, the submission from the Western Cape is about the interaction between the department and other departments, for example, the DTIC, the DMRE, on these policy and planning instruments. So the submission is that there needs to be greater clarity on the different functions. But in the main, there is confusion about the difference between the sector emission targets and the carbon budget approach and how these work together and who is responsible for what. So from our assessment, each instrument will have its own framework and methodological approaches towards the allocation of carbon budgets. Our department, the DFFE, will be responsible for allocation of the budgets to the different sectors and subsectors. The bill has dedicated consultation and public participation provisions, which will then mean that the minister will then engage with the sector departments in doing her work, especially around the allocation of the sets. So, Chair, our submission is that there's no need for amendments for an amendment to the bill, result of that proposal. On clause 22(1)(a), the proposal from the Western Cape is that the sectoral emission targets should be inclusive of a transition plan depicting a time frame wherein targets should be achieved and realized. It's unclear how the implementation of the sectoral emission targets will be regulated and enforced. Our response, Chair, is that the sectoral emission targets, or the sets, will contribute towards the fulfillment of the targets as outlined in the NDC, the Nationally Determined Contributions. As such, the allocation will be aligned to the trajectory and the associated timeline. So there's no need for amendments to the bill. The next one is on clause 22(4)(c). The suggestion from the Western Cape is that the wording in that clause needs to be clarified. It is unclear whether this refers to 5-year increments or not. We've noted that specific input from the Western Cape and agreed that maybe clause 22(4)(c) needs to be improved and clarified a bit. So our proposal is that the clause 22(4)(c) may be amended as follows and read as follows: for the period 2026 to 2030, 2031, 35, 36 to 2050. So that it's clear to everyone in terms of the phasing out, the different phases that we're talking about: short term, medium to long term. So the proposal is that the following amendments be proposed to section 22(4)(c). It should now read: include quantitative and qualitative greenhouse gas emission reduction goals for the period 2026, 2030, 31, 35, 36 to 2050. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. We would be voting on that. Proposed amendment would be 2.29 of the Western Cape's mandate. May I proceed, Chair?
Yes, proceed, Oscar. Thank you.
Person with the voting mandate from the Eastern Cape.
Eastern Cape abstain, Chair.
Person with a voting mandate from Free State.
Free State abstains.
Person with a voting mandate from Gauteng. Gauteng. Okay, we can come back. Person with a voting mandate from KZN.
KZN abstained.
Person with a voting mandate from Limpopo. Person with a voting mandate from Mpumalanga, they're not on the platform. Person with a voting mandate from Northern Cape.
Northern Cape abstain.
Person with a voting mandate from Northwest.
Not support.
Person with a voting mandate from Western Cape. I was taking that with the support. Person with a voting mandate from Limpopo. Ms. Mamrubela, you are on the platform.
Gauteng support.
Okay, if Gauteng would support. Ms. Mamrubela, how does Limpopo vote? Ms. Mamrubela, I would say that would be network issues, network issues. So, Chairperson, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 not supporting, 4 abstentions, 2 support, 1 not support, and 1 not on the platform. So there is a no clear consensus. The amendment is not agreed to. The department may continue. Thank you.
Okay, no, thank you. The next one is on clause 22.5. The Western Cape says in terms of subclause 5, when determining the sectoral emission targets, the minister must take all relevant considerations into account, including, amongst others, the socio-economic impacts of introducing the sectoral emission targets. The submission is that the job resilience plan or transition plan must be developed for the sectors greatly impacted by the emission targets, as referred to in the white paper. There is no clarity whether the sector role players, especially private sector and affected persons, will be given an opportunity to give inputs or appeal the determination of the sets. Chair, we've considered this submission, and our submission is that the process of determining offsets will take into account all the factors, including the socio-economic impacts, and the socio-economic impacts are inclusive of the job resilience plan as suggested by the Western Cape, which will look into the aspect of jobs as well as livelihoods. So these are amongst the aspects that will be considered, but in the main, the whole process of sets determination will be inclusive, transparent, and consultative as well. So as required by clauses 28 and 29 of the bill. So there is no need for amendments to the bill in our view. On clause 22.5a, I think the crux of that submission is that it was is questioning whether the bill was subjected to the socio-economic impact assessment report as a process, and we're just confirming there that the bill was subjected to the CS. There is a CS that is available, which can be shared with the committee if required. Clause 22.7, the submission from the Western Cape is that there's no provision for review in less than 5 years. It is submitted that the words at least be inserted before the words every 5 years. Chair, on this one, although in many other clauses of the bill where there's time frames, we've inserted the wording at least, but then within the context of 22.7, that wording is not appropriate. The 5 years, I think, in our view, 5 years is the ideal time to subject any instrument under review. Because at year 5, you would have had the benefit of insight and implementation of the instrument. So it would be impractical, for example, to call for a review within the first year of implementation. So 5-year period or the 5-year interval is the appropriate interval to subject an instrument to a review or a possible amendment. So the 5 years is captured in the bill is fine in our view, Chair. So no proposed amendments on that one. 22.7F, the Western Cape submits that there is incorrect wording. The word is there. Should be deleted. We noted the submission and agree that the wording there in clause 22.7F be deleted. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. That would be 2.33 of the Western Cape's proposed amendments. Can I proceed with the voting on that one, Chair?
Yes, proceed, Askan.
Eastern Cape, person with a voting mandate.
Eastern Cape abstain.
Person with a voting mandate from Free State.
Free State abstains.
Person with a voting mandate from Gauteng.
Gauteng abstain.
Person with a voting mandate from KZN.
KZN abstain.
Person with a voting mandate from Limpopo. Limpopo. Okay, I will come back. Mpumalanga is not on the platform. Person with a voting mandate from Northern Cape.
Northern Cape abstain.
Person with a mandate from Northwest. Northwest. Chairperson Mudise. Okay, let's go back to Limpopo.
Not support.
Okay. The Western Cape, person with a mandate from the Western Cape.
Support.
Limpopo, person with a mandate from Limpopo. Limpopo. Okay, network issues. Chairperson, we've got 3, 4, 5 abstentions, 1 support, 1 not support, 1 not on the platform, and 1 network issues. So we have no consensus. The amendment is not agreed to. Department may proceed. Thank you.
Okay, no, thank you. The next one is on clause 22.8. The submission from the Western Cape is that it is unclear whether this is referring to 5-year increments. It is submitted that this be clarified. Our submission is that the 5 years is the review period. Therefore, there's no need for proposed amendments. And it must just to clarify that this is different from what we've considered to before in terms of specifying the specific periods, 5-year periods up to 2050. So this is the context is a bit different here. So Chair, 22.8, we suggest that no amendments be effected. On clauses 33, 11, and 12, the recommendation that the reports referred there to be made available publicly. There's also no penalties provided for non-compliance to the sectoral emission targets. There's also an editorial issue there to say the wording, the presidency. The T in the word there must be in small caps, and we agree with that. So we've noted the other submission in that specific part, and we agree that the wording, the word there should be in the T must be in small caps. So the proposal is that on page 11 in line 41, omit the word there and to substitute that for the word there.
Thank you, Chairperson. I just want one clarity from the department. They have it as clause 33, 11, and 12 in brackets, but 2.35 of the Western Cape's amendment says subclauses 22, 11, and 12 in brackets. I just want to check with the department who's right and who's wrong.
Okay, department, can you respond into that?
Sorry, Askan, may you please repeat that? You're saying it says 22.
Yes, on the Western Cape's mandate 2.35, it says draft clauses 22 and 11 and 12 in brackets. but on your table, you say clause 33 with 11 and 12 in brackets. I just want to know who's right and who's wrong.
I'm just confirming. Oh, no, it's us who are wrong. It should be 22, 11, and 12.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Chairperson, could I then commence with the voting on 2.35?
Yes, Asgar, continue.
The Eastern Cape, person with a voting mandate from the Eastern Cape. How do you vote? Okay, we'll come back to Eastern Cape. Okay, we'll come back to the Eastern Cape. Person with a voting mandate from Free State. Free State. We'll come back to the Free State as well. Person with a voting mandate from Gauteng.
Gauteng not support.
Person with a voting mandate from KZN.
KZN not support.
Person with a voting mandate from Limpopo. Limpopo. Okay, Mpumalanga is not on the platform. Person with a voting mandate from Northern Cape. Person with a voting mandate from Northern Cape.
Northern Cape abstain.
Person with a voting mandate from Northwest.
Not support.
Person with a voting mandate from Western Cape.
Support.
Chairperson, we have, okay, Eastern Cape. How do you vote? Eastern Cape. Ms. Dongani is on the platform. Eastern Cape, how do you vote? So I'll take it as a network issue. Free State. Mr. Nsube is no longer on the platform. Don't see him. Okay, he's not on the platform. Then we go back to Limpopo. Ms. Mamrubela. Not on network issues because she's on the platform. Chairperson, we do not have a clear consensus or agreement on this amendment either, so it's not agreed to. Chairperson, if you just give me 2 seconds, I would like to see how many members are on the platform. If we still correct, I would just like a few seconds. It'll be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yes, we may proceed. We still have enough provinces on the platform. It's just that some of them are having network issues. The department may proceed, Chairperson.
Okay.
Thank you. The next one is clause 23. In summary, the submission there is that clause 23 and its subsections does not have prescribed timeframes within which minister can publish the list of greenhouse gases and activities which emit or have a potential to emit the gases. So the main concern is around the prescribing of timeframes. The recommendation is that minister should include timeframes that can hold persons, entities accountable for failure to comply with the legislation and facilitate a just transition. So, Chair, we've looked at clause 23. We agree that there's no time frames that prescribed. So our suggestion to address the concern from the Western Cape is that the wording, but our point is that the time frames in relation to that specific provision will be outlined in the regulations. Therefore, clause 20, regulations to be developed in terms of clause 27, but clause 23 can be amended by inclusion of the wording in the prescribed time frames, so that then we can then follow up with the regulations and prescribe those time frames. So the suggestion, Chair, is that clause 23 should be amended and the word prescribed be inserted on clause 23 in the affected subclauses. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. That would mean 232.36 of the Western Cape's amendment. Chair, we need to vote on that one. May I proceed?
Yes, proceed, Oscar. I think other members has got a challenge of network. They've just, notified me.
I am back, Chairperson. It was just a glitch of network. I'm back.
Okay.
I'm back.
Okay,
Yes.
Eastern Cape, person with a mandate from Eastern Cape.
Eastern Cape abstains. Sorry, Chair. It's a
No problem.
challenge with the network.
Free State,
Free State abstains.
Gauteng,
Gauteng not support.
KZN,
KZN abstain.
person with a mandate from Limpopo. Ms. Mamrubela. Okay, we can come back. Pumalanga is not on the platform. Northern Cape, person with a mandate from Northern Cape. Mamukause is not on the platform. Not on platform. Northwest, the person with the mandate from Northwest.
Not support.
Western Cape.
Support.
Person with the mandate from Limpopo. Ms. Mamrubela. She's on the platform, but I think she's having a network issue. Chairperson, we have 3 abstentions, 2 not support, 1 support, 1 not on the platform, and 1 network issue. We do not have a consensus on this one as well. Therefore, it is not agreed to. Thank you. The department may proceed.
No, thank you. The next one is clause 23 4C.
Yes.
The Western Cape submits that there's a word missing. The word there should be inserted before the word implementation. We've looked into that and we agree. The proposal, Chair, is that the clause 23 4C should then be to read as follows. Must take into account any opportunities and constraints to the implementation of policies and measures.
Thank you, Chairperson. That would be the amendment 2.37 from the Western Cape. May I proceed with the voting on that one, Chair?
Yes, proceed, Oscar.
Eastern Cape. Person with a mandate from Eastern Cape. Eastern Cape.
Eastern Cape abstain.
Free State.
Free State abstains.
Person with a mandate from Gauteng. Gauteng. Okay, we'll come back.
Gauteng abstain. Gauteng abstain.
Thank you. Person with a mandate from KZN.
KZN abstain.
Person with a mandate from Limpopo. Network issues. So Pumalanga is not on the platform. Northern Cape. Person with a mandate from Northern Cape. I'm not checking if Mamkau says on the platform, and she's not on the platform. Northwest, person with the mandate from Northwest.
Not support.
Western Cape,
Support.
mandate. Right, chairperson, we have 3, 4, 4 abstentions, 1 support, 2 not on the platform, 1 no network. No consensus on this amendment as well, therefore it is not agreed to. Department may continue. Thank you.
Okay, no, thank you. The next one is clause 23(5)(e). The Western Cape submits that constraints for threshold implementation may be ballooned by ministers or ministries not wishing to be hindered by certain thresholds. But the crux of that is that the word justifiable be added to characterize the type of constraints which will be considered. Our view is that the assessment will be made to see if the constraints are justifiable or not. So there's no need really to insert the wording justifiable, because that will be a subjective exercise in any event. So there's no need for proposed amendments on that one. On clause 24(2), the Western Cape submitted that the wording in that clause is superfluous. The suggestion was that the words amongst others be deleted. We're of the view that there's the wording amongst others is not superfluous, but if it is to we are to accommodate the Western Cape, then we suggested that the wording, but not limited to, be used instead. Therefore, Chair, the submission there is that on page 17, line 34, we omit the words amongst others and substitute it with the wording, but not limited to.
Thank you, Chair. That would be 2.39 of the Western Cape's proposed amendments. Can I continue with the voting?
Yes, continue, Oscar. Thank you.
Eastern Cape.
Eastern Cape abstain.
Free State.
Free State abstains.
Gauteng.
Gauteng abstain.
KZN.
KZN abstain, sorry.
Limpopo. Mpumalanga, not on the platform. Northern Cape, not on the platform. Northwest.
Not support.
Western Cape. Western Cape.
Cape support.
Then I'll go back to Limpopo. Ms. Mamrubela. Network issues. Chairperson, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 abstentions, 1 network issue, 2 not platforms, 1 not support, and 1 support. Therefore, there's no consensus on this one as well, and it's not agreed to. The department may continue. Thank you.
Okay, no, thank you. The next one is clause 27(1)(b). The submission from the Western Cape is that that clause should be redrafted to read as follows: to encourage a change in behavior that leads to a phase down or phase out of greenhouse gases amongst all sectors of society. We agreed with the submission from the Western Cape, but we are suggesting a slightly different wording as follows: clause 27 1b should then read to encourage a change in behavior towards the reduction of greenhouse gases amongst all sectors of society.
Thank you, Chair. That would be Amendment 240 of Western Cape. Can I proceed with the voting?
Yes, proceed, Oscar.
Eastern Cape.
Eastern Cape abstain.
Free State. Free State. Okay, we'll come back to Free State. Gauteng.
Free State abstains. Free State abstains.
Okay, Gauteng.
Abstain.
KZN.
KZN abstain.
Limpopo. We'll come back. Mpumalanga is not on the platform. Northern Cape. Not on the platform. Northwest.
Not support.
Oh, not support. Western Cape.
Support.
Okay, we'll go. Sorry for my voice, everybody. We'll go back to Limpopo. Ms. Mamrubela. Network issues because she's on the platform. Chairperson, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 abstentions, 1 network issue, 2 not on the platform, 1 not support, and 1 support. There is no general consensus on this amendment as well. We may proceed to the next one. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. The next one is clause 28.1. The submission from the Western Cape is that not all cross-references seem to be correct. For example, clause 24.2 should be 24.1. It's submitted that the cross-references be checked to ensure that to ensure correctness. We agreed with the Western Cape with their observation; it was correct. We worked with the state law advisors to make sure that we double check all references in the bill and ensure that the relevant clauses are quoted or referenced. So as a result, in clause 28.1, the following amendments are proposed to address the Western Cape's concerns. On page 17, in line 31, to omit 24 and substitute that with 27. Page 17, in line 32, to omit 23.2 and substitute that for 26.2. On page 17, in line 56, to omit 27 and to substitute that for clause 30. On page 18, in line 19, to omit clause 27 and substitute that for clause 30. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. That would be 241 of the Western Cape's proposed amendments, and we'll have to vote on it. So can I continue?
Yes, continues, Oscar.
Eastern Cape. Eastern Cape.
Eastern Cape abstain.
Free State.
Free State abstain.
Gauteng.
Gauteng abstain.
KZN.
KZN abstain.
Limpopo. Network issues. Mpumalanga is not on the platform. Northern Cape. Is Miss Mamrubela back? No, she's not.
Limpopo abstain.
Limpopo, are you on the platform? Thank you. So Limpopo's abstain. Northern Cape, not on the platform. Northwest.
Not support.
Western Cape.
Support.
Chairperson, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 abstentions, 2 not on the platform, 1 not support, 1 support. The amendment is also not agreed to. The department may continue. Thank you.
Okay, now thank you. The next one is in clause 28.4. The Western Cape submits that clause. This clause only covers the carbon budgets element. It also speaks to a person to whom and not the relevant industry, which may become a challenge in terms of the scope to be covered by the carbon budgets. It's not clear whether the person to whom a carbon budget is allocated will be able to appeal the decision beyond the minister. The suggestion is that the clause be extended to cover all relevant clauses, such as 23, 25, and 26. Further suggested that a draft clause be added to include consultation with industry, and for draft clause 22 as well, which deals with sectoral emission targets. So our response there too is that the allocation of carbon budgets will be made to different companies as juristic persons. So the way the 28.4 is currently phrased is correct. The clause outlines the principle of consultation. There will be detailed regulations and frameworks on the allocation of carbon budgets, which will be developed to further clarify the how part and other finer details. So, Chair, our view is that there's no need to propose amendments, any further amendments to the bill as a result of that submission. In clause 29, the submission from the Western Cape, I think it's improvements on the public participation or requirements or the consultation requirements. In fact, the public participation requirements. There needs to expand the scope, as a number of people who still cannot read or access newspapers. The cost of the advertisement should also be considered as against the budgets. The submission in particular says there must be use of social media, online media sources, and related platforms to populate to strengthen public participation. So that is the submission in relation to the public participation provision of the bill. And we've considered that those proposals, and in our view, the way Clause 29 is crafted is aligned to NEMA and all the CIMAs. We've double-checked that to confirm. So it's consistent with what we have currently. And Clause 29, as it stands, is aligned to the Promotion of Administrative Justice Act as well. So our view is that there's no need for further amendments to that clause. It is adequate as is. We note the suggestions around the use of social media and other online platforms to popularize to strengthen the public participation process. I think those are good proposals, but it's what we do already as a department administratively. We publish our notices on the departmental website, on some key notices in all our media, social media platforms, Twitter, Facebook, and the like. So that is done at the administrative level. And
We can't hear you. Department, unmute yourself.
our view is that maybe let's not really at this stage include, let's do it.
We have lost you, department. Please unmute yourself.
Thank you, Chair. Let me call Busiso to find out what is happening on his side. He seemed to have dropped off completely. And if he continues to have a problem, we'll get another guy to project, but just a request for a minute, Chair.
Okay, no, that's fine.
Sorry, Chair, can you hear me? I think I got.
Are you back?
Yes. I don't know
Okay. What happened? Okay, no, continue.
No. Yes, I was still saying we agreed with the Western Cape in terms of cross-referencing point, and also the point they made that there must be a need to ensure that the rural communities are consulted and also participate in the implementation of the bill. So, Chair, the proposal that we are agreeing on is that on page 20, line 45, we omit subsection 1 and substitute it with the following subsection. 1, before exercising a functional power in terms of section 17.1, 19.1, 19.2, 21, 23, 21.2, 22.1b, 22.1c, 23.1, 23.1, 24.1, 24.4, 25.1, 25.2, 25.3, 25.7, 25.9, 25.10, 26.1, 26.2, 26.5, 26.6, 28 or 30, the minister or MEC or mayor, as the case may be, must give notice of the proposed exercise of the relevant function or power. Thank you, Chair.
Well, yes, Chairperson, I just need to, for voting purposes, I need to vote to check with the department, because on the Western Cape's mandate, there is 244, 1, 2, and 3. Are they agreeing to all 3 or just 1 or 2? I need to know which one they're agreeing to.
Sorry, Ask, I didn't get that.
On the Western Cape's mandate, page 20, draft subclause 29.1, but there's 3 subsections, 244.1, 244.2, and 245.3. Which ones are you agreeing to?
For the 2, is it? I'm just trying to check.
244.1 starts with not all cross-references.
Yes.
244.2 is climate change will most likely impact and the 244.3, the development of adaptation scenarios. Which of those 3
we
you?
We only agree with the first one, the cross-referencing only.
Okay, so we'll have to vote on that one, Chairperson, because that's the only one they're agreeing on.
Okay, Aska, carry on.
Thank you, Chairperson. Delegate from Eastern Cape.
Abstain, Chair.
Free State.
Free State, abstain.
Gauteng.
Gauteng, abstain. Thank you.
KZN.
KZN, abstain. Thanks.
Limpopo.
Limpopo, abstain.
Mpumalanga, it's not on the platform. Northern Cape. Network issues. She's on the platform. No, sorry, she's not on the platform. Yeah. Northwest.
Not support.
Western Cape.
Support.
Chairperson, we have 3, 4, 5. 5 abstentions, 2 not on the platform, 1 not support, 1 support. This amendment is not agreed to. Chairperson, the department may proceed. Thank
Okay,
you.
no, thank you. The next one is 29.4. The Western Cape submits that there is no reference to the period. The words within the period specified to be inserted. We've looked into that closely, and our view is that the period or time frames in 29.4 relate to the submission of written representation by the stakeholders, not the time frame for consideration of those representation by the minister. Therefore, the submission is not supported. So the time frame only relate to the period within which stakeholders must submit comments. Our view is that it won't really be workable for us to impose a time frame on the minister to consider those representation within a given time frame, because that would be too restrictive and may not be practical in most instances. So there's no, our view is that 29 is fine as it stands, no need for amendments. Clause 30, the submission from the Western Cape is that there are inconsistencies between between clauses 31 and 2. NEMA states that certain powers and duties may not be delegated, such as the publication of notices in the Gazette. The submission is that there must be consistency and alignment. We noted the submission from the Western Cape. What the clause 30 basically says is that delegations must be processed in terms of section 42 of NEMA. But for clarity, we've agreed that maybe we can make some improvements on clause 30, such that clause 31 then reads to include the words in terms of this act after the words vested in him or her. Therefore, the proposal is that on page 21, line 7, after the word her, to insert in terms of this act. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. That would be an amendment. So that would be Western Cape 2.47. So could I commence with the voting on that one, Chair?
Yes, continue, Oscar.
Eastern Cape. Eastern Cape. She is on the platform, but we'll come back. Free State.
Is it Free State yet? Or Free State abstains?
Gauteng.
Gauteng abstain.
KZN.
KZN abstain.
Limpopo.
Eastern Cape abstain.
Eastern Cape, okay, abstains. Thank you. Limpopo.
Limpopo abstain.
Mpumalanga is not on the platform. Northern Cape. Northern Cape is also not on the platform. Northwest.
Not support.
Western Cape.
Support.
Chairperson, on this amendment, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 abstentions, 2 not on the platform, 1 not support, 1 support. Once again, the amendment is not agreed to. Thank you. The department may continue. Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you. The next one is clause 32. The submission from the Western Cape is that the offenses and penalties provision refers to a person. It's unclear how government departments or state-owned entities will be penalized for contravention in the legislation. There's a provision for monetary penalties. No clarity how these will be managed. So basically, there's a call for us to be clear in terms of offenses and penalties relating to government departments. The penalties prescribed are too low. So that's the crux of the submission from the Western Cape. And our submission is that the word person is used intentionally to include juristic persons. Which will then indicate that the organizations will be held liable as well. In terms of liability of government departments, our view is that government has established processes on how to take errant departments into account. They are intergovernmental relations processes, the MINMAC and MINMAC processes that are in place in terms of the Intergovernmental Relations Framework Act to look into areas of compliance or by government departments in the different spheres. The penalties that are there are aligned to NEMA, and of course the penalties may appear to be low, but those penalties, the Act, I think it says penalties for I think the penalties are incremental depending on the nature of the offense committed. So those are not really fixed amounts, but each case will then be treated on its own merits, and the amount to be meted out will then be dependent on each case. So basically, the NEMA regime is applicable to the bill. So that is our response, Chair, and we think there's no need for amendments to the bill in relation to clause 32. Then the next one was comments on Schedule 1, which says the functions there are not listed in alphabetical order. We must amend accordingly. We consulted on this with the state law advisor, and their view is that is not really a requirement. It's not really drafting convention that the functions be listed in a particular order or in a alphabetical order as suggested by the Western Cape. So we don't support that proposal. Schedule 2, I think that's the same. There's no indication that under the heading in which the draft clause references is made to the schedule. So we must amend accordingly, or we're still not referencing those functionaries in an alphabetical order. And we need to reference more departments such as the DMRE. So we've looked at that submission. I think we've already clarified that as per the state law advisor's advice, we don't have to list the functionaries in an alphabetical order. And what we list there is functionaries, not really the names of departments. So that's the point we're making there. So therefore, in summary, Chair, we're saying there's no need to make any further amendments to Schedule 2. On Schedule 3, the submission from the Western Cape was that the Schedule 3 provides for amendment of NEMA by inserting the new paragraph 1 in the definition of the Specific Environmental Management Act in NEMA. However, the existing definition in NEMA has "or" at the end of paragraph G. The submission is that the word "or" must be deleted. It cannot remain as paragraph G this is no longer the second to last paragraph in that definition. We were not really agreed with that submission from the Western Cape, but after we consulted with the state law advisors, they then said it's neither here nor there, but we agreed then to effect the changes as suggested by the Western Cape. Therefore, on Schedule 3, the proposal is that the following amendments be proposed on page 24 from line 3 of the 4th column, to omit item 1 and to substitute the following item. 1, the amendment of section 1A by the deletion in the definition of Specific Environmental Management Act of the word "or" at the end of paragraph G, B, by the deletion in the definition of specific Environmental Management Act of the comma at the end of paragraph H and the insertion of a semicolon at the and the word or, and C, by the addition to the definition of specific Environmental Management Act of the following paragraph 1, the Climate Change Act 2024.
Thank you, Chair. That would be the amendment 2.5 on the Western Cape's mandate, and we'll need to vote on that. So may I proceed?
Yes, proceed, Askam.
Eastern Cape. Eastern Cape.
Eastern Cape abstains.
Free State.
Free State abstain.
Gauteng.
Gauteng abstain.
KZN.
KZN abstain.
Limpopo.
Limpopo abstain.
Mpumalanga. It's not on the platform. Northern Cape. Not on platform. Northwest. Northwest. Northwest.
Northwest is not supporting.
Western Cape.
Support.
Chairperson, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 abstentions, 2 not on the platform, 1 not support, 1 support. No consensus on agreement on this amendment, so therefore it is not agreed to. Chairperson, thank you. The department may proceed.
No, thank you. This is the last input from the Western Cape on the memorandum of objects. It's quite detailed commentary on the memorandum of objects. But then our view on this one is that the memorandum of objects, we first note the comments or the submissions from the Western Cape, but the memorandum of objects will then be updated by the Office of the Chief State Law Advisor. Once they are done with the seal list, I think it will be more of consequential amendments to ensure that the memorandum of objects is aligned with the seal list or the bill or the C bill. So that is our take on this one, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Okay, that would be amendment number 3 on the Western Cape's mandate. But now the department needs to tell me, because under 3 there's 3.1, 2, and 3. Which one do they agree with, or they're agreeing with all of them?
So under the memorandum of objects?
Yes, there's 3.1, 3.2, and 3.3. Which ones are you agreeing with?
No, we agree with the changes that suggested in the memorandum of objects. But our
Yes.
view was that that can be maybe effected by the state law advisors at the right time.
Okay, so we can then have to vote.
We agree with parties.
Okay, so we'll have to vote on all 3 of them. 1, 2, and 3. Yes,
Yeah.
Chairperson, can I proceed?
Yes, proceed, Askam.
On Western Cape's proposed amendment 3.1, Eastern Cape.
Eastern Cape abstain.
Free State. Hello, Free State. Mr. Zube. Okay, we can come back. Gauteng.
Gauteng abstain.
KZN.
KZN abstain.
Limpopo.
Limpopo abstain.
Mpumalanga is not on the platform. Northern Cape. Not on the platform. Northwest. Northwest.
Not support, Chair.
Western Cape.
Support.
Western Cape supports. Free State, we're going back to Free State. I think Mr. Nsube got kicked out again, so it's not on the platform for this one. Not on platform. Chairperson 3.2 of the Western Cape's mandate. Eastern Cape. Oh, sorry. 3.1 is 1, 2, 3, 4. There are 4 abstentions, 3 not on the platforms, 1 support, 1 not support. There is no consensus, Chair. Also not agreed to. 3.2, Eastern Cape. Eastern Cape. We'll come back. Free State. Hello. Gauteng.
Not support.
Not support. Right. KZN.
Not support.
Not support. Limpopo.
Eastern Cape
Limpopo
abstain.
not support.
Okay, Eastern Cape abstain. Limpopo. Limpopo.
Limpopo doesn't support.
Okay, not support. Mpumalanga, not on the platform. Northern Cape. Not on the platform. Northwest. Northwest.
Northwest, not support.
Western Cape.
Support.
Free State. Is Mr. Nsube back online? Let's have a look. Mr. Nsube. No, he's not on the platform for now.
I am here. The
Okay.
Network
Abstain.
problem.
Abstain. Right. Thank you. Chairperson, on this proposed amendments, we have 1, 2, 2 abstentions, 1, 2, 3, 4 not support, 2 not on the platform, and 1 support. Once again, this amendment is not agreed to. 3.3, Eastern Cape. Eastern Cape. Free State.
Abstain.
Gauteng. Gauteng. Okay, we'll come back. KZN.
Abstain.
Limpopo.
Limpopo abstain.
Mpumalanga is not on the platform. Northern Cape is also not on the platform. Northwest.
We don't support.
Not support. Western Cape.
Support.
Eastern Cape.
Eastern Cape abstain.
Right. Gauteng. Mam Gwenya is on the platform. Mam Gwenya.
Gauteng, not support.
Not support. Thank you. Chairperson, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 abstentions. We have got 2 not support, 2 not on the platform, 1 support. Once again, the amendment is not agreed to by the committee. Chairperson, I think that is the end of the negotiating mandates on the climate change amendment bills.
Oscar?
So, yes.
Sorry, I just want to double check on page 19, there's still a 4.4 offenses and penalties.
That was covered in the, just double check with the department. I think they did cover that in the presentation department.
Yes, we've covered it.
Yeah, there was no proposed amendments on that one. That I saw that. Am I right, the department?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Chairperson. I think we have concluded the voting on all that was proposed by the department as amendments. We have finished the renegotiating mandate on the climate bill. What would be next is for the committee to release the department and then continue with the deed registries bill, which is a section 75. Chairperson, I hand it over to you.
Okay, thanks very much, Aska. The department can be released so that you can remain on the second part of our agenda. Then, Aska, you are going to lead us into that one.
I will. Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. We will just exit now. I'll ask colleague to exit, please. Thank you.
I forgot to thank them because today is not my day, guys. I forgot to thank them. Nevertheless.
Chairperson?
Yes, Aska?
Okay, let me just check how many members we have because we need a quorum for this as well. So we've got Mam Bibi, we've got Mam Labuskachni, Madam Rubella, Mam Odise, Mam Gwenya, Mashintube. We've got Eastern Cape Rep. So we've got, well, Eastern Cape Rep is not. So let's just go Mashintube, Ms. Gwenya, Mam Odise, Mam Rubella, Labuskachni. BB, six members. Right. Chairperson, the section 75 bulk. Sorry, my apologies, Chairperson. With your permission, can I outline the process?
Yes, Aska. I've given you the platform. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, we have what's before us, the section 75 bill, the Deeds Registries Amendment Bill, which was referred to the committee on the 20th of Feb. The committee was briefed on the 12th of March. We put out for comments on the 14th of March. Up until yesterday, as indicated in my previous email when I sent the notice out, there was no submissions received at that time. And it was just assumed that the committee would meet and inform the department and the state law advisors. We did not receive any submissions. Therefore, we could have proceeded and just adopted the report to say we have received nothing. Therefore, we are accepting as is. Unfortunately, yesterday we received at the 11th hour, we received 2 submissions from interested and affected parties. So which means that the bill was sent by the NA. They did not amend it. So they'll send us the bill as its introduced version. The committee will now have to deliberate. Kobus will introduce briefly the submissions that we received. Then the department and the legal advisors will then give their inputs. The members will give their views. And then the committee, once all the discussions are done, the committee can vote whether to approve the bill or not approve it. Voting on this one works that, can I share a document which I sent out to everybody, which will clarify everything? I would just like to read it out. The Deeds Registries Amendment Bill is a 75 bill. The quorum to vote in this instance is, according to the new NCOP rules, 153 quorums and decisions. When a decision is to be decided in terms of Section 5 of the Constitution, at least 1/3 of the members of the committee must be present before a vote may be taken on the question. In our case, that would be 5 members must be present. The question is decided by a majority of the votes cast, which means if we have, okay, let me continue. If there's an equal number of votes on each side of the question, the chairperson must cast a deciding vote in addition to the vote as an ordinary member. So let's assume we have six members present. Let's assume 3 vote yes, 3 vote no. The chairperson has the casting vote. If we have 6 members, and if 4 members vote yes and 2 vote no, the bill is approved because majority of those present have voted for the bill. The bill was not amended by the National Assembly, as I mentioned. So the bill before you is directly from them. It's just that we've got to look at the 2 submissions and see whether there's any substantive issues raised. But that will come from the department, the legal advisors, and the interactions with the committee. I will stop sharing the document. Chairperson, I now hand over to you, the department, legal advisors, until it comes time to voting. Then I will be back again. Thank you, Chairperson.
Okay, thank you, Oscar. I think without wasting any time, it has been a long day. So can the department present, those amendments to us, please? Department?
Chairperson, I think let Kobus introduce it. I've informed the department. I see the department is present, and the state law advisor is also present. But let Kobus introduce what the submissions were, and then we hand over to the legal advisors, because he did submit a brief last night on the 2 submissions. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. No, thank you very much, Oscar, for the clarity. Okay, Mr. Tuesday, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Chair. Just before I do the introduction, in the interests of time, I do not wish to attempt any kind of interpretation of what was submitted. I will briefly introduce the submissions themselves to the committee and leave the interpretation of the submissions to the legal advisors and the department as present in the meeting today. As Oscar informed the committee, we received 2 submissions late yesterday, one from a private individual, Mr. or Ms. H. Tutue, and another from the legal, sorry, just scrolling down to double check the exact acronym, Law Society of South Africa. Sorry, my apologies for needing to just double check that. The first submission that we received from the private individual did not explicitly state whether there is support with amendments or rejection of the bill. There were merely introduction of some issues raised regarding the bill. The second submission received supported the bill with proposed amendments. If one looks at the submissions received from H. Tutue, the first submission received refers to the bill's identification of gender throughout the bill. The submission states that some of the clauses provide for female incumbents in posts, but that this does not take place throughout the bill, and therefore there are some gender references differing to the rest throughout the bill. And the submission further argues that it is not entirely necessary for detailed gender references, as Section 6 of the Interpretation Act of 1957 provides a detailed analysis or prescription for gender and number, which states that in every law, unless the contrary intention appears, words importing the masculine gender includes females, and words in the singular number includes the plural, and words in the plural number include the singular. The submission therefore stated that it's not necessary in all circumstances to have gender-focused amendments in the bill. In terms of regulations, without supplying detailed wording of how the bill needs to be changed, it was argued that the text of the bill in terms of regulations should be amended as follows. The minister must, before making any regulations under this act, publish a notice in the Gazette setting out the draft regulations and inviting written comments to be submitted on the proposed regulations, specifying an address to which and a date before which the comments must be submitted, which date may not be earlier than an unspecified number of days. A YY was inserted, assuming that the individual did not want to specify days after the publication of the notice. I highlighted the second paragraph because looking at the original bill, there is no reference to timelines, and I was assuming that this was an insertion that was necessary according to the submission. But point B, consider what further steps, if any, are appropriate to bring the contents of the notice to the attention of interested persons and take those steps which the minister considers to be appropriate. And C, consider all comments received on or before the date specified in paragraph A2. And D, on request by the National Assembly or the National Council of Provinces or a committee of the National Assembly or National Council of Provinces, report the extent to which a specific comment has been taken into account, or if a comment was not taken into account, provide the reason why it was not taken into account. Point 2, any regulation made under this act may provide that a contravention of or failure to comply with a regulation is an offence, and that any person found guilty of the offence is liable to a fine or to imprisonment for a period not exceeding an unspecified number of years. The reason why I highlighted that section was because typically offences is not dealt with in the same section as regulations, but as stated, I will not analyze from a legal perspective the submissions received. The second section received, from my perspective, appears to be a comment regarding how the regulations are to be considered, as it makes reference to processes, not text in the bill. Briefly, the consideration was described as the minister must, within 30 days after making any regulations under the Act, table the regulations in the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces for consideration. Point 2, in considering regulations, A, tabled in the National Assembly, a committee of the National Assembly must consider and report to the National Assembly, and B, tabled in the National Council of Provinces, a committee of the National Council of Provinces must consider and report to the National Council of Provinces whether the regulations, 1, are consistent with the purposes of the Act, 2, are within the powers conferred by the Act, by this Act, 3, are consistent with the Constitution, and 4, require clarification. Point 3, the National Council of Provinces may reject regulations tabled before the National Council of Provinces in terms of subsection 1 within an unspecified number of days after the date of which the regulations were so tabled, and should the National Council of Provinces reject any regulation, the rejection must be referred to the National Assembly for consideration. Point 4, the National Assembly may, not later than the 20th sitting of the National Assembly after the date on which the regulations were tabled, and after considering any rejection of a regulation by the National Council of Provinces, reject those regulations. Point 5, if the National Assembly or National Council of Provinces reject any regulations, it must state its reasons. As stated, these appear to be procedural recommendations and not sure if it requires any amendment of the bill. Next point raised, rejected regulations. 1, the minister must, within 30 days after being informed in writing that the National Assembly has rejected any regulations, repeal or amend those regulations so as to address the matters raised by the National Assembly. Point 2, any regulations rejected by the National Assembly remain in force until repealed or amended. Last point raised by the individual refers to the office of the Chief Registrar. In terms of this office, the submission suggested that the number of posts for each registry office be prescribed by regulations, and these may differentiate on the number of transactions handled by a specific registry. If the number of transactions increase, more registrars may be appointed without the need to change regulations. So these were the proposals received from the first submission. Looking at the Law Society of South Africa, a number of submissions were brought forward in this document received. The first looks at definitions and proposes alternative definitions for 3 terms in the bill. The first is attorney, where the proposed definition is means a legal practitioner who is admitted and enrolled as such under the Legal Practice Act number 28 of 2014 as amended, and includes an attorney in the employ of the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development for transactions on state land in respect of the delivery of social economic housing in terms of the National Housing Program. The second definition for conveyancer proposed is conveyancer means a practicing attorney who is admitted and enrolled to practice as a conveyancer in terms of the Legal Practice Act number 28 of 2014, as amended, and includes a conveyancer in the employ of the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development in respect of transactions with state land in respect of the delivery of socio-economic housing in terms of the National Housing Program. The third definition proposed is for notary public, meaning any practicing attorney who is admitted and enrolled to practice as a notary in terms of the Legal Practice Act number 28 of 2014 as amended, and includes a notary public in the employ of the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development in respect of transactions with state land in respect of transactions with state land in respect of the delivery of social economic housing in terms of the National Housing Program. The next submission received was focused on Clause 1, where the submission pointed out that the Public Service Act has been amended by various proclamations and that the reference provided in this clause is incorrect. It was submitted that the reference should be to the Public Service Act 1994 as amended. The reference to Proclamation 103 of 1994 should be omitted. The next submission was on Clause 3. The submission considered that the proposed amendment is cumbersome and would necessitate the preparation of original powers of attorney for registration in each deeds registry. It is therefore felt that the proposed amendment should be reconsidered. Additionally, copies of powers of attorney registered in other deeds registry prior to the proposed amendment of the deeds Registries Act, which have been certified by the registrar, must also remain unaffected, and the proposed legislation should expressly provide for this in order to obviate confusion. The comment received on clause 5 reads as follows. The LSSA submits that the Chief Surveyor General must be a member of the Deeds Registries Regulation Board, and that in the absence of the Chief Registrar of Deeds, meetings of the Regulation Board should be chaired by the Chief Surveyor General. The LSSA does not support the appointment of a conveyancer of the Office of the State Attorney, as it is highly unlikely that they have extensive practical knowledge pertaining to the registration of land and rights in land. The appointment of at least 3 conveyancers to the board is supported. The LSSA proposes that nomination should be by the Law Society of South Africa, as the Legal Practice Council is a regulatory body and does not have specialist committees dealing with practical issues of property, law, and conveyancing. And finally, it was also submitted that all members of the Regulations Board should be entitled to vote on financial matters. Financial matters also concern conveyancers and the public. That is the end of the public and LSSA input received. And I will stop sharing the screen and hand back to the chairperson.
Okay, thank you so much, Kobus, for those amendments that you've given us. Okay, so I'll check with the members first, that how do they feel about it? Members, you have heard Kobus has given us, all the amendments. It was coming from the public, I suppose. So let us hear from you guys before we vote.
Chairperson. Chair.
Yes, yes, ma'am. Honorable Modise.
I needed clarity. If, for example, this submission from the laws or from law entity, they propose amendment. But if myself, my province doesn't feel, by the way, it's an individual. If I don't feel to amend, how should I do? Should I say I support the bill, but not with the amendment? I want to check, or he will just ask first, like he did with the Section 76, because I'm so confused. Because those submissions are from outside, from the entities and so on, from the public. Let me say from the public. Then if as an individual who's going to vote, she doesn't support the amendment, can ASCA clarify us, how are we going to do?
Okay, thank you so much, Honorable Modise. Coach ASCA?
Thank you, Chair. Do I have your permission?
Yes.
Thank you, Chairperson. The submissions received are not actually amendments that the public is making. The submissions raises concerns, issues that the committee needs to take into consideration in their deliberations with the law advisors. So what we'll do now is we'll take the submissions made by these two the Law Society and an individual, I think Mr. Tatoy. So what we'll do is, Kobus has read their submissions. I would say let the department and the state law advisor and the parliamentary law advisors weigh in on what the submissions are. Let the legal advisors guide the committee as to whether there is merit in what the submissions are saying, or whether what they are proposing or saying is already captured in the bill. If the legal advisors decide there should be a change or should not be a change, it is still up to the individual member how he or she votes. This is not a provincial mandate. You take guidance from the legal advisors and you make your own decision. So I would say Kobus has read the submissions. He's raised the concerns. Let the department and the legal advisors weigh in and see how we proceed from there, and then the members can make an informed decision as to how they would vote. Thank you, because the NA also made no amendments to the bill, that they sent the bill to us as is. Thank you, Chairperson.
Okay, thank you so much, Oscar, for the clarity, which means now I'm going to give the opportunity to the department for those, further clarities. Then after the department, we are going to have a legal person from state legal, and then after that, the parliamentary legal that we have. Okay, over to you, department.
Chairperson, I have a hand raised from a Miss Reynolds. Could she please identify herself?
Okay, who? Miss Reynolds?
Yes, could she please identify who she is?
Okay, Miss Reynolds, please identify yourself.
Of the chairperson and members of the committee, my name is Antoinette Reynolds. I'm from the office. I'm Deputy Registrar of Deeds from the Office of the Chief Registrar of Deeds, and it's my office who's responsible for the drafting of this bill and the object memorandum. If I may be given the opportunity to respond to all the comments received. We only received it this morning. And if I may respond, I can just say that we actually not, if we look at, if I can start with the Law Society of South Africa's comment, they have a comment with regard to clause 1, that is section 2 of the Deeds Registries Act, where it provides for the appointment of your registrars, chief registrar, etc., in terms of the Public Service Act of 1994. And then the bill also makes a reference to Proclamation 103 of 1994. And they want that reference to Proclamation 103 of 1994 to be omitted. So we don't have a problem if that is being omitted, as long as reference to the Public Service Act 1994 remains in the bill. And I think there's 2 places on page 3 and line 16, and on page 4 and line 21 of the bill makes references to the proclamation. So we do not have an objection if that is being omitted. However, we are not in support with any of the other proposals or comment made by the Law Society of South Africa. In clause 3, the second proposal by them deals with section 3 of the Act, Deeds Registries Act, and it provides for a registrar of deeds to register powers of attorneys, as well as copies of powers of attorneys in a deeds registry. So we're now amending that section to delete reference to the registration of copies of powers of attorney to be registered, because we found that there is problems is being experienced where power of attorney is cancelled in one registry, and a copy of the power of attorney is not registered in the other deeds offices. And so we provide for the amendment of this section specifically because it opens a door for fraudulent transactions to be registered. And the other concerns of them with regard to copies that are already registered, that's already addressed in Regulation 65 of the Deeds Registries Act. And that regulation has already been published for coming into operation on the date of commencement of this bill. So that problem of them have been addressed in the regulations. Then their amendment to in clause 5 to section 9 of the Deeds Registries Act, we also do not support that. They want to provide, for instance, for the Chief Registrar of Deeds to be, or the Chief Surveyor General to be also a member of the board. Now, the Land Survey Act, Act 13 of 1997, does not provide for the Chief Registrar of Deeds to be a member of the board in terms of the Land Survey Act. So the Chief Registrar of Deeds and the Chief Surveyor General are, however, both members of the Sectional Titles Regulation Board, because that act, the Sectional Titles Act, deals with registration and surveying matters. However, the Chief Surveyor General and the Chief Registrar of Deeds do have annual cadastral conferences at which surveying and registration issues are being ironed out. So we're not in support of that proposal of them. Then they also do not support the bill where we provide for a conveyancer of the Office of the State Attorney to be a member, because they are of the opinion that those conveyancers do not have extensive practical knowledge, and they would rather see another conveyancer from the Law Society to be appointed. Again, we don't agree with them. State attorneys are drafting and executing deeds on a daily basis in the deeds offices, and that's why we made a proposal for a state attorney, a conveyancer from the Office of the State Attorneys to be members. We also don't agree with them where they say financial matters should be voted on by all members. That will, of course, then include members of the Law Society of South Africa, because the department and the state is not involved when conveyancers sit and determine their conveyancing fees. We are not do not form part of that committee, so we can't see why they must form part of any votes on financial matters that are being voted on by departmental officers as well as senior financial officers of National Treasury, who are experts with regard to financial matters. Then the definitions, the last concern by the State or Law Society of South Africa is in respect of the definition of attorney, conveyancer, and notary. And when I looked at this, I saw that they want to base their definitions, the proposed definitions, on the wording of attorney, conveyancer, and notary as defined in the Legal Practice Act. And we don't agree with that because our definitions is more based on deeds registration procedures. Also there where we provide for conveyancers and notaries in the employment of the employee of the department to draft a deed in regard of transactions relating to state land. And there we want to provide for all transactions in respect of state land. Also those transactions, if we think, for instance, of the communal land tenure bill, that conveyancers in the department may also draft those transactions. They want to limit it to only transactions on state land in respect of the delivery of social economic housing. So that's very limited, and we actually want to broaden it to provide for all transactions in respect of state land. And that is because it is so very expensive for the department to employ or to appoint conveyancers and notaries when it comes to dealings with state land. That is all the proposals from a Law Society. Then there is those proposals by Mr. H. de Tooy. I think it's more remarks that's made on the bill. They talk to the gender of officials, and they rightfully pointed out that it's actually not necessary for an amendment to cover this aspect throughout the bill or throughout the Act, because it is covered in the Interpretation Act. I might just mention that our office, our branch, is looking at drafting deeds registration transformation legislation that will eventually repeal the Deeds Registries Act of 1947. And in that act, now whilst drafting that piece of legislation, we are looking into the gender issues. So that will be covered in the transformation legislation. Then the second issue there was with regard to the regulations. And the gentleman proposed various clauses that may be included in the Act. All I can say, it is a very lengthy processes that he is suggesting. It will mean every time the board sits and want to make proposals to the minister, that these proposals will have to go to Parliament, to the National Assembly for approval, and that is a very lengthy process. If I may mention that the Deeds Registries Regulation Board is very widely represented by members of the Banking Association of South Africa, National Treasury, Legal Practice Council, as well as senior officials in our department. And they sit annually and, for instance, also make proposals with regard to the fee structures, the office of fees that may be charged for the registration of fees. And if every time we have to go to Parliament, it will mean that we cannot on an annual basis amend those fees. And I may also say our regulations, those regulations with regard to the fees, does go to the minister, our minister of Agricultural, Rural Development and Land Reform, as well as National Treasury, to their minister for approval. Then the last proposal related to the number of posts that must be prescribed, the number of posts in the office of the Chief Registrar of Deeds, and the gentleman is of the view that those numbers must be contained in the regulations. It must be prescribed. I don't know if I agree with that. I don't think that is necessary to specifically refer to the number of posts. That is contained in the structure of the department, where it deals with the different branches. Those numbers and the specific posts are all described in the structure to the department. So I don't think we agree with that proposal. But I think I've covered everything. If there's anybody from the department or the other legal people that want to add to what I've said. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Okay, thank you very much. Excuse me for that. I've got a flu. Don't worry. Thank you so much, Antoinette, for your thorough explanation about this. I think our members now has listened to you, and I think it's so clear now what one should do. So, Oscar, I'm going back to you because there's no need of the legal somebody. Antoinette has summed everything up.
Sorry, Chair. We have a hand raised by the State Law Advisor, Mr. Hercules, who wanted to say something.
By who? By who, Oscar?
The State Law Advisor, Mr. Theo Hercules. He raised his hand.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, so you will help me there with hands, eh?
That's
so
correct,
that, yes, okay.
Yeah, good afternoon, Chairperson and honorable members. My name is Theo Hercules. I'm from the State Law Advisor's Office. I just want to, in addition to what the department has presented just now in response to the submissions, I firstly want to say that I also agree with the department, but just to add just two matters, and that relates to the reference to the Public Service Act. I think the Law Society wanted the addition of the words as amended. I just want to indicate that it's not necessary to refer to the Public Service Act as amended, because the Public Service Act includes any amendments after it's been introduced as an act in 1994. So it's not necessary to include those words. So we're happy with the reference to the Public Service Act as is in the bill. Then secondly, Chair, with regard to the definitions, I just also want to add that the main purpose of definitions is basically to define certain terms, and the two definitions in questions relate to the terms attorney and conveyancer. And in this regard, the two terms are defined according to the purpose and scope of the Act. So we also satisfy that it addresses the meaning appropriately. Chair, that is my input in addition to the department's input. Thank you.
Okay, Theo, thank you so much. I mean, for that input, of which I think it will assist us when it comes to, wrapping up. So, Aska?
Yes, Chairperson.
Yes, let me hand over to you now.
Chairperson, I would like to ascertain whether there is any further comments from the members, the legal advisors, the department, if there's any other matters that they would like to raise.
Okay.
Chairperson, from what I can see, the members have not raised or disagreed or anything with anything that the department or the legal advisors have said. And they have also not made any, made any proposed amendments. So the department, I'm just putting it out there so that we are all covered. The department made comments, the legal advisors made comment. The members in the 75 bill, it is the members themselves that propose amendments, that if they want to propose amendments. So in this case, I do not see any proposed amendments coming from any of the members of the committee. So therefore, I could only but assume that when we vote, it will be voting supportable or not supportable. But should a member say he wants to make an amendment, it is his right. And he could say, I support with amendments. But in this case, it would look, the member should just say support with no amendments. And then we can proceed. Is there any clarity needed by anybody? Shall I continue with the voting, Chairperson? I'm at your mercy.
Yes, continue, Aska. Everything is clear.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think we have virtually a full house of members on the platform. So I will start from the top. Mr. Mkiva is on the platform. So Mr. Mkiva, how would you like?
No, thank you very much. Good afternoon, members, and good afternoon, Chair. Thank you for taking us through this meeting. And let me first express my appreciation from the department through its presentation, as well as the supporting arguments, if I may put it that way, which gives a clarity on this situation. For me, I want to make a move to say that let's support this bill. I don't see a need for any amendments. I think let's let it go through. I think it is clinical. It's been cleared even by the state law advisors. So I'm comfortable, Chairperson. I move for the formal approval of this bill. Thank you very much.
Mr. Nsube? Mr. Nsube? I think Mr. Nsube is having a net.
Aska?
Yes, Ma'am Gwen, I'm just busy with Mr. Nsube.
Thanks very much, Aska, and thank you very much for the presentation and the understanding of the explanation. I would like to second the report. Thanks.
I think there's a bit of a confusion. We are not doing the report at the moment. We are voting in terms of a section 75. So each member present has to vote. So Mr. Mkiva started voting with support with no amendments. Mr. Nsube has a...
I'm here, Asgar. I do vote in favor of the bill without no amendments.
Thank you. Mam Gwenia?
Thanks, Aska. I vote with no amendment. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Mam Bibi?
Thanks, Aska. Yes, I support without amendments. Thank you.
Ms. Mamrubela?
Thank you, Chairperson. I support without amendment.
Mr. Nyambi? Mr. Nyambi is on the platform.
Greetings to you, Chair, Support Staff Department. In view of all the detailed explanation presented in today's meeting, I do support without amendments. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Northern Cape, Mam Kause does not seem to be on the platform. So there's nobody from Northern Cape. Northwest, Mam Modise?
Chair, I support without any amendment.
Thank you. Ms. Labuskaghni?
I support without amendment.
Chairperson, shall I read the results?
Yes, please do that, Aska.
Thank you, Chairperson. We are very fortunate. Section 75, we need a third of the members, which is a 5, but today we have a full house, excepting for Northern Cape. So we have 8 members supporting the bill with no amendments. I would have loved to have done the report, but because there was interactions, I have to include those discussions in the report. But the bill has been approved by the committee with no amendments. The report, however, will just have to be adopted in the next meeting, Chairperson. Unfortunately, the discussions that we did has to be part of the report. So the bill has been approved and adopted by the committee with no amendments. We complied with the Section 75 voting procedure, and that brings us to the end of this bill, Chairperson. What remains is the 3 sets of minutes that has to be adopted as well. So the members could maybe stay behind for the adoption of those minutes. Thank you, Chairperson.
Okay, thank you thank you very much, Aska. And also I would like to thank in the department and also all the legal persons that are here, and also Antoinette. Thank you so much for the clarity and also outlining. Myself also was very confused, but now you did outline it correctly. Thank you so much, the officials. Now you can be excused, and then the committee remains so that we can pass the minutes. Thanks. Aska, make sure that, they've logged out. Then we can start. Aska, are they all out?
Let me. It looks like it, Ma. Yes, it looks like it.
Okay. Thank you very much, members. I know it was a long day, guys, really. I know that we are quite tired, and also the network has been ravishing us, but thanks for your tolerance and whatsoever with the meeting and also your participation. Now we're coming to our minutes, sets of minutes. How many, Aska, do we have?
3 sets, Chairperson. This is the first, the 26th of March. I just need a propose. I just need a propose and a seconder.
Okay. So this is our first, minutes. Persons that were there, of which I think, you did receive them on time. Did you, before we start to adopt them? Did the members receive the minutes on time?
Mam Gwen has raised her hand.
Yes, yes, Honorable Ngwenya, Mama.
Yes, Chairperson, we did receive it on time. I would like to, I want to chair to propose to adopt the minutes. Thank you.
Okay, can I have the seconder? Mamungwenya.
Yes, Mama, it's Nyambi. I second.
Oh, Nyambi. Oh, I spoke first.
Nice to hear your voice, Baba.
Mama.
I love you, you know. Thank you so much, Baba. Can we have the second set of minutes, please, Aska?
There we go, Chairperson.
Can we have a mover?
Thanks, Chair Ngwenya again. Must second the minutes, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mamgwenya. The seconder?
I second Honorable Mam Robela.
It's nice. Two and Mam Robela seconds. I love that one. So the last set of our minutes. Who's moving for the adoption of the minutes?
I'll put them on the screen right now, Chair. Just give me a minute.
Okay.
Where did it go to?
Hey, they mustn't get lost. Oh.
There we go, Chair.
Okay, the third set of the minutes, members. Who is moving for the adoption of the minutes?
Thank you, Chair. It's Ngwenya again. I'm moving to adopt the minutes. Thank you.
Yakuba. And then the second of these minutes.
Let me second. Mundisa second.
Oh, thank you so much, Mundisa seconds. Thank you so much. Aska, do we have anything?
No, Chairperson, that would be the conclusion of the agenda for today.
Okay, thank you so much, Aska, and also the members. But I would like to give my chairperson the opportunity so that she can close the minute. I know that she was not in the situation of opening the minute, the meeting, but I would like Honorable Mundisa, the chairperson, to close the minutes for us. Thank you very much.
Oh, Mambibi, thank you very much. Can you close Amina Pocket, please?
Okay.
I'm still in
No,
the
thank you very much, Imam Mundisa. I just wanted the permission from you because I didn't want to close the meeting whilst you are in the platform. Thank you for that. Honorable members, thank you so much for your participation, and thank you so much to be a good audience. Honestly, I just appreciate it. Was a long day, I know, and then everyone is busy in the constituencies and all those stuff. So, with the last words, I will say thank you very much. The meeting is adjourned. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mama.
Thanks, Chair. Long live the Chair.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mama.
I'm the first Chair. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much.
Sendleleni ye legislature manje, sigugele endleleni kula malanga.